Clear, not as cool. Southwest winds take hold and pick up. Lows from 48 inland to 55 at the shoreline. Those winds will be 5 to 16, even a little stronger late tonight. Tomorrow, windy and much warmer, a high of 84 degrees. With southwest winds at 12 to 24. But a front settles down across the area on Sunday when variably cloudy weather may come in and cooler temperatures. Only 50s at the lakeshore, but 74 well southwest of us. Probably upper 60s at O'Hare, and a few scattered thunderstorms are a possibility. Here's what's ahead the next 7 days. We'll spike up to 84 tomorrow, drop to 74 Sunday inland, but spike back up to 84, 88, and 84 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, respectively. And the next chance of thunderstorms is Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, when it will turn cooler. But you got to like that weather. It's going to be a beautiful day here on noon. Okay, have a great weekend, Mike and Tom.
We are happy you shared time with us this afternoon.
Be sure to join us tonight for the WGN News at 9, and don't forget to stay tuned for our Showdown in the City special next. The Crosstown Classic follows at 1:20. Enjoy the game and have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye-bye.
You kissed my wife.
In Turk's mind,
we still need you to know how innocent that kiss was.
Their lips keep coming back for more. Next Scrubs, tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
The following is a presentation of WGN Sports. In this city, the battle has been waged for generations. Years pass, warriors are replaced, and empires rise and fall. Still they return. Two rivals prepare for battle. There's a storm brewing. And once it starts, there's no turning back.
Billboard along the eastbound lanes of the Kennedy Expressway pretty much tell the story. With the demise of the Bulls in the NBA playoffs last night, crosstown baseball is where Chicago's sports focus lies this weekend. Dogs and cats lay down together. Those two will be in a slap fight before the game is over this afternoon, I'm sure, as the 55th meeting in the regular season between the Cubs and the White Sox unfolds this afternoon right here on WGN. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, from the North Side Ballpark. Dan Roan here, and it's nice to have you along for Showdown in the City on WGN as we set the table for the first of 6 this season between the Cubs and the White Sox. In that open, you saw a mention of a storm brewing. Well, there's certainly no storm brewing on the north side here today. This may be the best baseball day in Chicago all season long. A cloudless blue sky, temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. A great day for baseball as left-handers Mark Burley and Ted Lilly hook up in Game 1 of this weekend series. Right now, let's take a look at the tail of the tape, as it were, between these two teams so far this season. And as you look at the records, you wonder how the White Sox have done it. With a team batting average of only .222, it's been a very rough ride for their offense. On the other side, the Cubs are 3 under 500, despite resting somewhere at the top of baseball with a .272 batting average. ERA is about the same. Not a whole lot to choose from between these two teams. The Sox have had the better of it so far in their regular season. We'll see how this weekend plays out. I know one guy's very excited to get this series going and get this game going this afternoon. Cliff Floyd, a Cub fan who grew up on the south side, plays for the first time in the Cubs-Sox series, and I talked to him just a little bit ago.
Well, I just look for the fans to enjoy it, be safe and have some fun, and for us to win some ball games and everybody be happy here. It's something that I always thought Major League Baseball should do, and then when they did it, I thought it was going to be something that would last a long time. You know, you get the crosstown rivalries and stuff like that, and everybody comes out and enjoys it. You got the Sox fans against the Cub fans and vice versa, and I think it's just a good thing.
And we know growing up you were that rare Cub fan on the south side, but somebody told me you were a big Harold Baines guy back in the day.
Yeah, Harold Baines, I went to a game and he had 2 balls in his hand, and he came over and gave them both to me, you know, and ever since then, everything he did, I tried to do, and he had the leg kick, I did the leg kick, and I just loved him as a player. I thought he was the most underrated player in the game, and you know, he had a great career, and it seems like nobody really noticed.
They all know down on the south side.
Oh, you better believe they do. And I just got a chance to talk to him, so I was a little nervous out there, but it was cool. You know, it was cool. I'd seen him before. I had a picture of him, and I told him he was my idol. He told me he wasn't that old, so I had a good time. You know, had a good time talking to him today.
Well, you've been through this on the big scale in New York with the Yankees and the Mets. What do you know, thinking about them? You know, how would you compare the two? This one, to me, from the outside, seems to be even bigger than that one.
Yeah, well, you know, I think our team's a little bit, I mean, and I think they're even. I think, for me, the White Sox do I don't know, they say they're doing a better job of, you know, winning games that, you know, maybe they shouldn't win. You know what I mean? Like games that you would think, no chance of winning, they win in those games. And, you know, if you look at their lineup, they're not swinging the bat great, but they're finding ways to win, which means that they have, you know, good pitching. It has to be. You know, I don't think you win games like they've been winning or staying above 500 like they are, you know, without, you know, at least having decent pitching, because when they hot, their big boys are not even hot yet. So I think, you know, we're really even, but I just think they're doing a better job right now of winning games that, you know, are close or that they shouldn't win.
Yeah, that was a problem yesterday for the Cubs. Now, the Sox played the Yankees at home this week and split a 4-game set, winning yesterday behind John Garland. The Cubs had a rough ride in New York against the Mets, losing 3 out of 4. And quite frankly, yesterday may have been the worst loss of the season, taking a 5-1 lead into the 9th inning and blowing it, finally losing the game 6-5. And for more on whether or not there's going to be a hangover effect from that defeat yesterday on this weekend's game, let's send it upstairs and check out our men, Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
All right, thanks, Dan. Yeah, it was a tough one yesterday, one of the toughest losses in recent memory. But again, the great thing about baseball, you look ahead to today, you've got a big rivalry series this weekend, and this is the only home series for the Cubs in a while.
A very brief 3-game home series after coming back from Philadelphia, New York, going to the West Coast next week. So take advantage of these 3 ball games. I don't think it would matter who the opponent was in this weekend series. Cubs are very glad to be back at Wrigley.
Key player in this game has to be Ted Lilly, right? The starting pitcher.
I don't think there's any question about it. And the White Sox are pretty familiar with Ted Lilly, so there will be no element of surprise like Ted has had working against some of the National League teams he's pitched well against. But he's been so on top of his game, I don't think it matters who the opponent is.
A couple of lefties, Dan, who know what they're doing out there. Mark Burley and Ted Lilly should be fun.
Absolutely, guys. Looking very much forward to it, and we'll see you at the top of the hour right here on WGN. Right now, we're going to step aside for a moment, come back with our very own Crosstown Top 10 list. Also, Aramis Ramirez is on deck when we continue from Wrigley Field. What a day for baseball here on WGN.
Showdown in the City is brought to you by GM. If we want to act green, let's start by thinking yellow. Learn more about GM's flex fuel vehicles. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Comcast. Catch more Cubs home games in HD on Comcast Digital Cable. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV today. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
Get your temperature rising. Late nights on Superstation WGN. First, join the fabulous foursome of Sex and the City. Then make an appointment with the doctors that have some serious bedside manner. Be sure to follow up with Becker, the doctor who has, well, a way with his patients. Catch the Beaver, weeknights, Sex and the City at 11, followed by Scrubs at 11:30, then Becker at 12:30. Late nights on Superstation WGN. It's great to be home.
Osteo Biflex, the #1 doctor-recommended joint care brand. Osteobiflex has given me mobility. I wasn't getting that crunching, grinding sound in my joints.
The glucosamine and chondroitin, as found in Osteobiflex, actually lubricates and cushions your joints. And only Osteobiflex has Joint Shield with 5-Loxin. Taking 5-Loxin showed improvement in joint comfort within 7 days.
Osteobiflex works for me.
Osteobiflex is available wherever quality vitamins and supplements are sold.
Between my two phone bills, it's probably about $60 a month.
About $150.
Probably $100 a month.
With Vonage, it's just $24.99 a month for unlimited local and long distance. Call now and get 1 month free, including free calls to the U.S., Canada, Puerto Rico, and Europe. And all the cool features you could ever want are included. Over 20 in all. That's a savings of up to 50% on your phone bill.
Call 1-800-970-5502.
I've learned to cover what I can and promise people they won't catch it. I got to the point I even learned how to cut my own hair.
Good to see you. Now you can learn about an underlying cause of plaque psoriasis and how newer treatments that work differently can help clear your skin. Talk to your doctor and visit learnpsoriasis.com.
I'd like to learn what it's like to like what I see in the mirror.
The real Justin and Kelly.
Just a small country girl with a great opportunity.
Their whole story has never been told.
This has been a roller coaster ride for me.
Until now. The rarely seen home movies. Behind the scenes bloopers.
I'm ghetto fabulous.
And was Simon trying to sabotage Kelly?
I honestly don't know what to say. You have a good voice, but...
American Idol Rewind.
Sunday at 8 on Superstation WGN.
It was 60 years ago today, May 18th, 1947. The Brooklyn Dodgers, with Jackie Robinson in tow, attract a record crowd to Wrigley Field, 46,572. Where do they put them all? The Dodgers scored 4 in the 7th, beat the Cubs 4-2. Jackie went 0 for 4, but certainly a part of Wrigley Field history in this, the 60th anniversary year of his breaking the color line in Major League Baseball. Dan Rowan back at Wrigley Field as we continue on our pregame show, getting ready for the Cubs and the White Sox here this afternoon. Should be a terrific matchup as the left-handers go at each other today, Ted Lilly and Mark Burley. Well, Derek Lee will not be in the Cubs lineup today, still bothered by that neck problem, although Lou Piniella said if we need him for one swing to try and win a ball game, he would be available for that much, so maybe we'll see him on a full-time basis before the weekend is out. That puts more pressure on the rest of the Cubs offense, including Ramirez, who's off to a pretty good start this year. 10 home runs on the season to date. I talked to him just a few minutes ago about the Crosstown Classic, about his season, and about the possible negative effects of that game yesterday in New York in which the Cubs blew the 5-1 lead in the 9th inning.
Well, it is, but, this is, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that, this game, even if you do good, you do bad, the next day you got a chance to either improve yourself or, go out there and do what you didn't do the first day. I mean, it's a long season, it's 162 again, and you can't worry about yesterday. You got again today, and we have again tomorrow, too.
Well, I know in terms of regular season games, playing these guys, at least for the city, is about as big as it gets. So maybe having to focus your full attention on the White Sox this weekend might help you forget about what happened in New York.
Well, we're going to have to forget about what happened in New York, no matter who we play. But like you say, this is a good thing for the city. For us as a player, it's a good thing because we don't play them into this time of year. We only play them twice, one series here, one series over in Comiskey, and it's good for everything. I like them.
Yeah, you've been through a few of them now. Are the players as excited as the fans and everybody else seems to be?
Well, we still got to go out there and play the game and try to win, no matter who we play. But, it is a little different. It got a little kick into it. And, last year we got everybody know what happened with Michael and stuff. And, that's a rivalry. So it's fun. It's going to be fun. And I know it's going to be fun this time around, too.
Yeah, that was interesting last year. How shocked were you when you saw that happen?
I was pretty shocked because I never saw that before, and I've been playing for a while. But in this game, if you play long enough, you're never going to stop seeing, a lot of things going to happen in the field.
So far for you, it's been a good season. 10 home runs, swinging the bat pretty well, huh?
Yeah, I started swinging the ball pretty well. You know, I struggled for a little bit in the beginning of this month. You know, I had a good April. I'm not used to do that. And I struggled in the beginning of this month, but I've been working on my swing with JP, and, you know, it's starting paying off right now.
I know the main thing for you is staying healthy, and you're feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm healthy, you know, and I'm out there playing every day, and that's what I always say. If I play the game that I'm supposed to be playing, the numbers will be there.
Ramos mentioned Michael Barrett. He's in the Cubs lineup. A.J. Pierzynski not in the White Sox lineup, and we'll talk more about that in a few seconds as the rivalry comes into bloom again in 2007. The Cubs and the White Sox, our top 10 coming up next.
I was picking up our son from school. One of my neighbors saw the gardener hanging around the back door. We don't have a gardener, but we do have ADT. Its home security is so good it actually helps stop break-ins from happening.
It's a fact. Homes without alarm systems are 3 times more likely to be burglarized. So help protect your home and loved ones now and save more than $250 on ADT's family package. ADT's trained professionals help watch out for your home 24/7. And only ADT has a network of interconnected monitoring centers helping provide protection from burglary, fire, and carbon monoxide. Call now and save more than $250, plus special discounts for AARP members. You could also save up to 20% on your homeowner's insurance. And only ADT gives you a theft protection guarantee.
ADT works. Just ask the bad guys.
ADT. Always there.
A short time ago, this woman was limited by her mobility. A month ago, this man wasn't even able to get around his house. These are people who chose mobility, and they chose the scooter store. If you're living with limited mobility, call the scooter store today. I guarantee no other company will work harder to make you mobile. If we pre-qualify you for a new scooter or power chair, and Medicare denies your claim, the scooter store allows you to keep your scooter or power chair at no cost. That's the scooter store guarantee.
I expected they'd help me file some paperwork with Medicare and my insurance. I never expected them to be so nice or to work so hard to get me a power chair at no cost to me.
You don't qualify for Medicare? No problem. We'll work with your insurance company, even help with financing. If there's a way, we'll find it.
Call the scooter store for free information today.
Call 1-800-313-5960 for free information. That number again is 1-800-313-5960.
Every time they get close, within arm's reach, just a breath away, Jack Bauer is always one step ahead.
You're going to tell me what I want to know. It's just a question of how much you want it to hurt.
No one can catch him except you. Catch 24 Saturdays at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's the best season yet.
Earlier today, the two skippers getting together. Lou Piniella in his first Crosstown Classic, and Ozzie Guillen, of course, has been through a bunch of them as a player and as a manager. Those are the two behind the string pulling in each of those dugouts. Ozzie playing a little shorthanded today without Joe Creedy, who is not in the lineup. We'll get details on that later, but we've just learned that he will not be starting today for the White Sox. And right now, from the Cubs' perspective, we want to go back in time. This is the 11th season of crosstown play. Back to the top 10 between these two teams in the regular season. Saves it for the Cubs as they win it on June 16th, 1997. Number 9, June 30th, 2002. That's Mark Bellhorn from the right side of the plate, finding the bleachers in left for a home run. Later on, same game, Bellhorn turns around and hits another one from the other side. A 2-homer game for Mark Bellhorn as the Cubs win it by a score of 9-2. Number 8, 2002. Todd Hundley had himself quite a series at Wrigley Field. Not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs in the series, although the Sox won on this particular date by a score of 10-7. Number 7, Mark Pryor, a dominating complete game victory as as the Cubs win one at Wrigley over the White Sox, 2005. Moment number 6, June of '98. Sammy takes the outside pitch into the bleachers in left, a home run off James Baldwin. Sosa had a home run in every game of the series back in '98 at Wrigley. Number 5, Mark Peixoto on the mound for the Cubs. Remember him? On to get the save as the Cubs sweep the White Sox, one of only 3 sweeps by either team in the first 10 years of crosstown baseball. Number 4, July 2nd, 2006, only last year, Carlos Zambrano capping a 7-run Cub first inning here at Wrigley Field. Big Z wasn't around for the finish, but the Cubs did hang on to win this slugfest by a score of 15-11. May 20th, 2006. Y'all remember this. A.J. Pierzynski in hard on Michael Barrett, slaps home plate, and gets punched by Barrett in the most riveting single moment in Crosstown Classic history. Order finally restored. Tadahito Iguchi would hit a grand slam later on as the White Sox went on to win that Saturday afternoon baseball game. Moment number 2, July 4th, 2004. The dreaded walk-off walk before a national television audience. Damaso Marte gets the free pass to Todd Walker as the Cubs win and wind up sweeping the White Sox in the series. And the number 1 moment happened early on. Back in '98, Brant Brown in the 12th inning sends one way back to left field, and it is gone to win the game in extras for the Cubs. The final score 6-5, and those are the top 10 moments in Cubs history, at least from their side, of the Crosstown Classic to date. Will we see some more magic today, this weekend? I wouldn't be a bit surprised. We'll come back, wrap things up. A special guest, a guy who's played for both sides of town in this rivalry, and a guy who spent a little time on WGN as well. Steve Stone waiting on deck when we return.
If you have diabetes and are on Medicare, you may qualify for a free meter from Liberty Medical.
Every year, over 800,000 people rely on Liberty Medical for their diabetes testing supplies. The Liberty team can help you do the things you need to do so you can go on with your life and do some of the things you want to do. They'll talk to Medicare and your insurance company to see if your diabetes testing supplies are covered. They'll do all the paperwork. You'll have no forms to fill out, nothing to pay up front, and there's never a charge for shipping.
Call the number below to see if you qualify for a free meter from Liberty Medical.
So do yourself a favor now and join me and 800,000 other people who rely on Liberty. Give them a call. They can help you live a better life.
Call today for your free meter.
Call 1-800-781-2706. 1-800-781-2706.
Not all drivers are experienced. If you're over 50, you probably are. Be rewarded for it. That's the idea behind the AARP Auto Insurance Program from the Hartford. We reward experienced drivers like you for your good driving. In fact, you might even save $300 just by switching and get other benefits as well. You don't have to worry about being dropped, and your first accident could be forgiven. So if you're over 50, call now to request your free quote. Not yet a member? Call now. We'll even send you this free calculator. Call 1-800-556-5701.
The real Justin and Kelly.
Just a small country girl with a great opportunity.
Their whole story has never been told.
This has been a roller coaster ride for me.
Until now. The rarely seen home movies, behind the scenes bloopers.
I'm ghetto fabulous.
And was Simon trying to sabotage Kelly?
I honestly don't know what to say. You have a good voice, but...
American Idol Rewind.
Sunday at 8 on Superstation WGN.
Showdown in the City has been brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. By Ford, get to your local Ford store. Ford, bold moves. By Culver Restaurants, home of butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. And by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs.
All right, everybody, play nice. That goes for you people in the stands, you people at home, and certainly for the players on the field as well, although that wasn't the case last year, as you saw between Michael Barrett and A.J. Pierzynski. Neither of those guys has forgotten what happened last year. In Barrett's case, he was asked whether or not he regretted the incident.
Talk is cheap, you know, and I'm not a guy that acts that way a lot, but I think it's important for Cubs fans and for fans in general to see the competitiveness, the fierceness, the edge that you're on when you're playing a game. And I'm not proud of that play. I'm not proud of my actions. But I am proud that I was sticking up for myself and sticking up for that organization, or this organization, and for the Cubs, because it wasn't necessarily that AJ was crossing me, but he was crossing the line. You know, there's an old saying, you know, don't tread on me. And I have, just being a part of this organization a short time that I've been here, I don't feel like, you know, we're going to let anybody tread on us. And I'm certainly not going to allow it to happen. And there's one thing it's one thing for us to get defeated. It's another thing for us to get treaded on and walked all over. And that's not going to happen as long as I'm part of that team.
So obviously plenty of emotion heading into this series this afternoon at Wrigley Field. Now here's a guy you may recognize. I'm not sure. He played for both these teams, the Cubs and the White Sox. In fact, was sent in a multiplayer deal to the Cubs for one Ron Santo back in 1973. Stoney, is that when it was?
It was, and I remember that trade vividly because it was a trade that hurt both teams. So yes, I do remember that trade.
It hurt both teams. Hey, nice to have you back on WGN, Steve.
It's nice to be back. It's a beautiful day, and this is just a great series, and obviously the Barrett-Pierzynski dust-up added a little spice to what already is a tremendous rivalry.
You've kept a close eye on both these teams through this early stage of the season. Let's break it down both ways, beginning with the Cubs. What have you liked from what you've seen so far, and what have you not liked?
I think the Cubs have a lineup that certainly is going to be able to hit. Now, they haven't hit as well as they can, and as soon as Lou has that type of everyday consistency that he wants, I think you're going to see a different type of offense from the Cubs. Quite obviously, the problem has been the bullpen, as we saw over that road trip, but that's going to get straightened out because there's some guys down there, Dan, that can throw. Obviously, Dempster's had a very good year, but yesterday was a horrible day for him, and I know Howry and Air are better than they've been, and Wirtz has thrown the ball very well, so you have to like a little bit about what's going on. And the one thing you love about the Cubs is their division, because it really doesn't matter if you lose a few games. That division is not going to run away. You've got some teams that are infinitely beatable. I think the Cubs are going to be there at the end.
Now, the White Sox have hit .222 as a team and yet have been able to scratch out 20 victories in 37 games, which I think is remarkable for the production they haven't gotten so far.
I think the White Sox are a team also that's going to hit. What you have to love about the White Sox is 22 consecutive times their starting pitcher has gone at least 6 innings. That's remarkable and certainly a testament to Don Cooper. They've got an exceptional bullpen, and that's one of the things that's kept them afloat. But right now, when you look at the averages of Konerko and you look at Dye, Tomey out of the lineup, I think you've got a team that's going to hit a whole lot better. The one difference is that they have a very, very tough division. That division's not going to wait for them, but they're 3.5 games back. They haven't hit at all. If they start to hit, they also are going to be there at the end. I think it's going to be a great year in Chicago this year.
I think it is too. And you know, from a Cubs perspective today, Steve, you got a packed house, some White Sox fans in here, mostly Cubs. It couldn't be a nicer day for baseball. I mean, this is what the sport is all about today, isn't it?
It's going to be a great weekend, and quite obviously the weatherman has cooperated, at least for the first 2 days, but these two teams play with a little more intensity, I think, than normal. This is going to be quite a game game today, and when you take a look at the skies, you take a look at the wind, and both teams really needing to win because they're both in third place, I view today as a little something special as opposed to just another game in May.
We can always expect the unexpected. Joe Creedy was hit in the face during batting practice today and will not be in the White Sox lineup today, so there's one down for Ozzie and the Sox. Stoney, thanks very much for stopping by. We appreciate it as always.
And it feels like home on WGN, Dan.
Attaboy. Good to see you and have fun today. Steve Stone, and that'll do it for the pregame show. Lynn and Bob come your way next as they set it up for Game 1 of 6 this year between the Cubs and the White Sox from Wrigley Field in Chicago. Enjoy the game. Coming your way next, everybody.
Here are today's winning lottery numbers.
Important medical alert from Jacoby and Myers Law Offices regarding mesothelioma and asbestos-related lung cancer. Mesothelioma is caused by exposure to asbestos that might have occurred many, many years ago. If you have ever been exposed to asbestos, whether in your workplace or in your home, and have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or another asbestos-related disease, call Jacoby and Myers today. You may be entitled to substantial compensation for your suffering. Jacoby and Myers, 1-800-4114-LAW. That's 800-411-4LAW.
We'll be back before 11. Okay. Don't forget to turn on the alarm. I won't. Who wants pizza? I do like me. Hello?
This is Matt with Brinks Home Security. Are you all right?
We heard this noise, and then the alarm went off.
It's going to be okay. I'm sending for help right now.
Thank you.
I'll stay on the line till they arrive.
Thank you. I'm so scared. It's going to be okay, you guys.
Brinks Home Security protected this family, and they can help protect yours, too. The Brinks J.D. Power & Associates Award-recognized monitoring center can provide a quick link to the authorities 24 hours a day. Call Brinks now and get a free security system needs analysis. The Brinks Standard System, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy, installed for just $99, and a second keypad installed free. That's a $135 value. Plus, you could save up to 20% on your homeowner's insurance.
This could have been a lot worse. Thank you.
Brinks Home Security, dedicated to rapid response and peace of mind 24 hours a day. Call now.
Osteo-Biflex, the #1 doctor-recommended joint care brand.
Osteo-Biflex has lubricated all my joints, my shoulders, my neck, my back, my knees.
The glucosamine and chondroitin, as found in Osteo-Biflex, actually lubricates and cushions your joints. And only Osteo-Biflex has Joint Shield with 5-Loxin. Taking 5-Loxin showed improvement in joint comfort within 7 days.
Osteo-Biflex works.
Available wherever quality vitamins and supplements are sold.
The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
The leadoff man is brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs.
Well, it's the north side versus the south side. The entire city of Chicago into it. It's the 10th anniversary of the beginning of interleague play. That's right, it began back in 1997. These games count now. It's the first of 6 here in 2007. A 3-game series at Wrigley Field as the Cubs entertain their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox. And we're set for the leadoff man today from beautiful Wrigley Field. I'm Len Casper. A tough loss, as we know, for the Cubs yesterday. They had a 5-1 lead in the 9th, couldn't hold it. But back here, and this is a big series at home because after this weekend, the Cubs will hit the road again. So they dropped 6 of 8. They need to play better baseball. The White Sox playing very well. They have taken 4 consecutive series. Well, it's Lou Piniella versus Ozzie Guillen, and we're going to hear from the Cubs manager about the pitching situation for the Cubs when we come back.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? The real Justin and Kelly.
Just a small country girl with a great opportunity.
Their whole story has never been told.
This has been a roller coaster ride for me.
Until now. The rarely seen home movies. Behind the scenes bloopers.
I'm ghetto fabulous.
And was Simon trying to sabotage Kelly?
I honestly don't know what to say. You have a good voice, but...
American Idol Rewind.
Sunday at 8 on Superstation WGN.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. Some guys like an overstuffed sofa. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on cold, hard concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood. Now, for a limited time, buy 5 quarts of any Valvoline motor oil and get a free pair of mechanics wear gloves, valued at over $24.
For years, man has known about the advantage of twin blades.
Smooth.
Now there's the twin blade advantage from Honda. Twin blades mean finer clippings when mulching to feed your lawn. They also mean more bagging capacity and less emptying. And of course, Honda means it's built to last. The twin blade advantage, exclusively on Honda mowers.
Sweet home Chicago. It is the friendly confines. We'll see if it remains that way here this weekend. The Cubs looking to play better baseball at home. They're 8-11 here at Wrigley Field. So Lou Piniella, an update on Derek Lee today. He's not in the lineup. He hopes to play tomorrow. We're going to hear from his manager, who also talked about the Cubs pitching situation. We know about the bullpen inconsistency. Here's Lou Piniella from a little bit earlier.
We're going to make some changes here with our alignment, and we'll have some interesting things for you on Monday or Tuesday.
Talking about the rotation?
Talking about some interesting things.
What leads you to that moment now? Why do you? What leads you to that moment now to want to make the changes?
Right now, I'm not going to make any changes, but I'm talking about. We'll have some interesting things for you on Monday or Tuesday. We'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough. Ozzy says you're the worst manager in baseball.
You know what? He's probably right. If I can't hold a 4-run lead in the 9th inning, you're right. I agree with that. We're not going to do anything that jeopardizes the long-term health of Derek Lee or any of our players here. But if we need him, we'll use him. And hopefully we won't need him at all. But he's available. And he's taken batting practice. He's done all these other things. He's better. He's not 100% by any stretch of the imagination, believe me. But, you know, he's getting better. And if we don't have to use him, believe me, we will not even contemplate using him. But if he can help us win a ball game coming off the bench with one swing of the bat, we'll look at that situation too. We're going to have some information for you. I'm telling you that it's going to surprise you. So we'll give you all some things that you all can Scotland Yard on yourselves this weekend.
Well, that's Lou Piniella, so I guess in a few days we'll find out what he's talking about as the Cubs get set to host the Chicago White Sox. Game 1 of this showdown in the city. Coming up, we'll talk about the starting pitchers. A couple of crafty lefties on the mound.
Okay, now what? Rock, paper, scissors for it? Okay, that's fair. On 3? Yeah. 1,
2, 3. I threw paper.
I threw a rock.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Low 5.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
Squirrels.
Squirrels.
Repellents and fertilizers. That'll bring your garden back.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here.
He wrote the book on relationships.
He's just not that into you.
Now he's making over your life.
It's almost a miracle.
And your relationships.
You need to get some dating done.
The Greg Barrett Show.
Take a look.
Weekdays on Superstation WGN.
Well, the Cubs made a roster move before the game today. Hard-throwing right-hander Carlos Marmol is back in the big leagues. 7 starts, 1 relief appearance. That relief outing came yesterday. The walks are down this year, and that's a good thing for Carlos. Mike Fontenot up very briefly, but he's back at AAA Iowa. And again, Derek Lee available to pinch hit today for the Cubs. Pitchers today. Ted Lilly, a left-hander, took a no-hitter into the 5th inning in his last start. It was a win at Philadelphia. Mark Burley went the distance in a no-hitter on April 18th against Texas. Burley 3-3 against the Cubs. You see Lilly 4-2 against the White Sox, both with a high earned run average. It's a huge day of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports as they battle the White Sox on the north side, and we'll have all the action from beautiful Wrigley Field next.
The leadoff man has been brought to you by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs.
Another good thing about Geico is they've got, like, real live people working there 24/7. So, like, say you need to report a claim, right? A real person will be there to help you. Then you can use Geico.com to view photos of the damage, track your claim, print an estimate. You want an English muffin? They literally hand you a toasted muffin with butter and jam. Oh, it's tasty. That's a complete dramatisation, of course, but you get my point.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, Cubs fans, keep your eye on the ball. Every time a Cubs player hits a homer at Wrigley, you could be a winner. It's the Southwest Airlines How Far Did It Fly Home Run Contest. After every Cubs homer, write down the distance, along with your name and address, and send it to WGN TV. 10 winners will receive 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination. For every Cubs homer, ask yourself, how far did it fly? From Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the Chicago Cubs.
In a remote Italian village nestled in the Tuscan hillside, you'll find a quaint little place known for its chicken crostina recipe. It's an Olive Garden. Actually, it's our cooking school, where our chefs learn the secrets of Italian cooking. Like how a potato Parmesan crust seals in the chicken's flavor, and how linguine best captures the flavors of garlic butter sauce. Enjoy our amazing chicken crostina tonight, a little closer to home, at your Olive Garden.
Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. Some guys like an overstuffed sofa. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on cold, hard concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood. Now, for a limited time, buy 5 quarts of any Valvoline motor oil and get a free pair of mechanics wear gloves, valued at over $24.
tonight at 11:30 Eastern. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Well, Cub fans heading into the ballpark today. A few White Sox fans coming up from the south side as well. The Cubs getting into interleague play for 2007. No better way to start it than a crosstown series against the White Sox. And we are at Wrigley Field today for Cubs baseball. On WGN Sports, it's Lou Piniella's Chicago Cubs hosting Ozzie Guillen's Chicago White Sox. Welcome to Cubs baseball on WGN. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Believe it or not, they've been doing this for 10 years already. We can debate interleague play and its merits, but this is why you do it. And the Cubs would like to win a few games here to try to even up this all-time series.
Yeah, they really do need to even things up a little bit just to keep it fair on both sides of town. There's no question interleague play has been a big hit. The fans are a big fan of interleague play. And this is what we've seen the Sox against the Cubs up to this point.
And the Cubs coming in struggling. They dropped 6 of 8. The White Sox playing pretty good baseball. This is a quick homestand, just these 3 games, and then the Cubs go out west to take on San Diego and Los Angeles. Great pitching matchup today. Ted Lilly will take the ball for the Cubs.
Two very similar style of pitchers. Ted Lilly's having a great year. He's a finesse pitcher. He works both corners up, down, in, out, mixes in some breaking balls. That was his last start against the Phillies. Was very good. Gave up only the 3 hits in 8 innings of work. And, Burley is a poor man's left-handed Greg Maddox. He works both sides of the plate. He changes speeds extremely well. He works quickly, throws strikes. Should be a great matchup.
So we're set to go. The Cubs hosting the White Sox. But first, let's go down to the field and Wrigley Field public address announcer Wayne Messmer.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you all please rise? In honor of Armed Forces Week, a flyby will be performed by the F-16s from the 183rd Fighter Wing's 170th Fighter Squadron, Illinois Air National Guard. Members of the Springfield Base 183rd Fighter Wing have been supporting our nation's defense for nearly 60 years. The mission of the 183rd Fighter Wing is to provide 15 combat-ready F-16C aircraft and necessary support personnel in all United States Air Force global contingencies in roles of tactical, general purpose, precision, conventional warfare. Today's flyby is dedicated in memory of former 183rd member Captain Don Lumpy Leckrone, who was killed in the line of duty in 1992. Don was an avid and dedicated Cubs fan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please remove your caps. Join along with me, Chicago Cubs public address announcer Wayne Messmer, accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Wrigley Field Lowry organ in the singing and playing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
The F-16's heading by Wrigley Field, and we're set to go. We'll have the starting lineups and all the action as the Cubs host the White Sox on WGN Sports.
Cubs baseball, brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light, always worth it. Your Chicagoland Dodge dealers. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
You kissed my wife.
It was like an accidental lip bump, like, oops.
Whoa! On the next Scrubs.
I'll show you with Elliot.
Something wonderful is happening.
Turk says he's over it.
And I'm actually going to be okay with this.
But in his mind...
We still need you to know how innocent that kiss was.
Don't even worry about it.
Their lips keep coming back for more.
You gotta try these sweet potato fries. They're amazing. Another one?
Oh.
Ah! Next Scrubs. Tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
Okay, now what? Rock, paper, scissors for it? Okay, that's fair. On three? Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
I threw paper.
I threw a rock.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Low 5.
Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Parents, step away from the controls. Let your kids fill their cup with 6 different sodas and eat pizza topped with macaroni and cheese. Attaboy. CC's, the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet for under $5.
Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. Some guys like an overstuffed sofa. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on cold, hard concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood. Now, for a limited time, buy 5 quarts of any Valvoline motor oil and get a free pair of mechanics wear gloves, valued at over $24.
Today's broadcast of Chicago's Crosstown Classic on WGN Sports is presented in high definition, sponsored by Comcast, and brought to you in 5.1 Dolby Surround Sound. Frank Leone in command of the audio controls today. A sun-splashed afternoon, temperatures in the 60s, a wind blowing in from right. And let's get into the Chicago White Sox starting lineup. They've done everything well early on except hit. Darren Erstad gets a start in center. Pablo Ozuna at third base. That's because Joe Creedy got hit in the face by a ground ball off the fungo bat during batting practice. Dai, Konerko, Iguchi, Uribe moving up a spot. Toby Hall with his first game as a member of the White Sox. Luis Torrero, the left fielder today, and Mark Burley does the pitching.
Take a look at the Cubs, how the Cubs take the field defensively today behind starter Ted Lilly. Brought to you by Pepsi, your world, your Pepsi. Alfonso Soriano in left field. He's been on a hot streak lately, drawn some walks, getting some big hits. Angel Pagan in center field, Matt Merton over in right field. Ramirez is Torres, Terrio, and DeRosa across the infield. Michael Barrett will be behind the plate for left-hander Ted Lilly. Lilly looking to continue what has been a great start to the season. Opponent's batting average only .207. You'd have to say that Ted Lilly has been the hard luck pitcher of this Cubs pitching staff up to this point. Only 40 base hits in over 53 innings of work. 48 strikeouts against only 8 walks.
The umpiring crew for this big series. Ed Hickox will work home plate. C.B. Buckner at first. Country Joe West, the crew chief, at second. Adam Dowdy is at third. We're set.
Buckle up.
It'll be Darren Erstad against Ted Lilly. Ted Lilly has owned Erstad. He's just 1 for 17 against the Cubs left-hander, making his 9th career start against the White Sox. First time in this crosstown series, however. And Ramirez takes a look, and this one's back out of play.
Yeah, it's funny, guys coming from other ball clubs. Erstad involved in the Crosstown Classic in Los Angeles with the Angels playing against the Dodgers. Everyone has its own flavor. We just left New York, and obviously that's going to be a madhouse at Shea Stadium with the Yankees and the Mets hooking up. Same thing here at Wrigley today.
Ted Lilly at one time was a Yankee, so he's used to the New York series. First time Darren Erstad has faced the Cubs. Jammed him, and a little soft liner handled by Ramirez for the first out. Great job by Dan Roan, our great WGN sports crew. Showdown in the city. At 12:30 today. We hope you were able to enjoy that. Here's Pablo Ozuna. He was going to play left field, but then Joe Creedy got hit in the face. I'm not sure if it was a bad hop or what, but Razor Shine's hitting fungos, and a ground ball came up and hit Creedy in the face. He's pretty swollen, and he was taken out of the White Sox lineup. So Ozuna now at third base, and Luis Torrero's playing left. Ozzy's club playing pretty well. They've won 8 of their last 11. They just beat the Yankees 2 of 3. A high pop fly, shallow center field. Angel Pagan looking at the infielders, and his tourists will haul it in. 2 outs. Bob, talking to the White Sox people, basically they say we're doing everything well. They're not hitting.
We talked about it before the ball game. I don't think there is a better illustration of how important pitching and defense is to the game of baseball than the White Sox this year. They're dead last in the American League with their team .222 batting average, dead last in runs scored. However, they're 4th in pitching ERA and 2nd in defense. So if you don't score a lot of runs, you can still find ways to win ball games if you pitch well and defend well.
Well, Jermaine died .216, but he drove in all 4 of their runs yesterday in that win against the Yankees.
You know, we were talking in New York the other day, Len, that both of us were pretty much in agreement that as much as you'd like to see the Cubs do better and see their overall season numbers be better, I think there's reason for optimism, and you have to feel the same way about the White Sox. These offensive players have all had track records. They've done great things in their career. They're off to a slow start this year, but you just have to believe in the law of averages and the fact that experienced players are going to reach their level, and when they do, I would expect the White Sox to really make some kind of a run.
A couple of injury notes. Derek Lee not in the lineup today for the Cubs. He has neck spasms. He is available to pinch hit, and hopefully will be back in the starting lineup tomorrow. Just off the inside corner. Cubs wanted that pitch, didn't get it. 1-2. Jim Thome apparently is ready to come off the disabled list. He has a right rib cage strain, but because of this interleague series, no DH, the White Sox are going to wait until Monday. Long throw by his tourist. DeRosa on the bag, plenty of time, and they get Dye, and the White Sox go down in order. The Cubs will come up against left-hander Mark Burley next.
I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's jammed or something.
What are you doing?
Step back.
Please.
What are you doing in my car?
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines, you can fly from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Just taking in the day, 59 degrees at game time, a lot of sunshine. Beautiful day for baseball here at Wrigley. Now Lou Piniella's lineup against Mark Buehrle, brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. Ryan Theriot leading off. Angel Pagan has done very well. He's in center again. Soriano, Ramirez with a big RBI trip. Barrett the catcher, DeRosa, Merton in right, is Turris and Lilly rounding it out. Mark Buehrle does not waste any time. Ball one on Ryan Theriot.
Mark Buehrle with a no-hitter earlier this season. Get a look at his numbers on the year. 2-1 record. However, the White Sox are 6-1 in games that he starts. Mentioned that Lilly was a tough luck pitcher for the Cubs, and certainly, at least as far as the one-loss record goes, Buehrle would be that guy as well for the White Sox.
Yeah, this is his 8th start. He's only had 3 decisions. Fastball at 89, and it's 2-2. Theriot facing Buehrle for the first time in his career. You saw he just asked for a little time there, which Cub hitters may do quite a bit today. And the other thing they'll probably do is run, because Toby Hall came off the disabled list, making his first start with the White Sox. He has very good numbers offensively against Ted Lilly, but he went on the DL with a dislocated right shoulder. Just outside. So I think they're going to test Toby Hall today.
Well, I think it's a good move to get Toby Hall behind the plate with Mark Buehrle on the mound. Buehrle with 2 pickoffs this year already, had 10 last year. He will help slow down that Cubs running game and give Toby Hall every opportunity to try to throw out a runner. But you definitely have to test his arm behind the plate.
One out. Theriot lines out.
Let's take a look at the rest of the White Sox defensively. Luis Torrero in left field. Darren Erstad in center. Jermaine Dye over in right. Pablo Osuna at third base. He was the original left fielder, but when Creedy went down, Osuna moved into third base. Torrero takes over in left. Uribe at short. Iguchi at second. Konerko over at first base. We've talked about Toby Hall behind the dish today, and obviously Mark Buehrle on the hill for the White Sox.
Here's Angel Pagan. Last July 2nd, hit his first 2 big league home runs, both off Cliff Polite. And a big day against the White Sox, and they came on his 25th birthday. The first Cub to smack his first 2 career home runs in the same game since Ryan Sandberg did it in 1982.
Now you see Pagan asking for timeout from home plate umpire Ed Hickox as well, just trying to slow Buehrle down a little bit, not allow him to get into that fast-paced rhythm that he likes to work in.
And I should add regarding Toby Hall, he went on the DL with a dislocated right shoulder. They also found a torn labrum, and it looked originally like he was going to miss the entire season. And he made a very quick recovery, and he makes his season debut on May 18th. Popped up by Angel over near the White Sox dugout. Hall and Konerko, and the first baseman has plenty of room to make the catch.
Hitting the left fielder, number 12, Alfonso Soriano.
Soriano 4 for 23 with a home run against Buehrle. Hit 207 on the just completed trip with 1 home run. The Cubs went 2-5 on the trip. Mark Burley is looking for a much better result today than he had his last time here at Wrigley Field. A 15-11 loss. High in the air to center. Darren Erstad makes a catch. So the lefty's on early. Both teams go down in order to the second. 0-0.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet.
Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Garden Claw Gold, adjust to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine. Ice is so advanced, you can use it in the hot sun with outstanding results. Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
24, Saturdays at 11:30 on Superstation WGN.
Well, this is not for the squeamish, but we're getting ready for our pregame show today. And this is a ball that hit Joe Creedy. He took a bat up. You see he went down. The ball came right up, smacked him. Looked like in the mouth area. Great job by our tape guys, Steve Casey, Scott Jones, and John Eckert. And that's why Joe Creedy out of the White Sox lineup. Paul Konerko looking at a strike. 5 for 18 with 3 home runs against Lilly. A wind and the pitch driven into left center. Soriano can't get there. It deflects off his glove. Konerko is going to hold, however, with a single. That's the first hit today. The Cubs fortunate that that ball didn't get too far away from their left fielder.
And also fortunate that Paul Konerko does not run well at all. Soriano just tries to play that ball on a short hop. Angel Pagan hustling over to back up the play. And nobody over there in shallow center field where that ball was deflected to. You see Konerko just tries to turn it on when he gets to the bag at first. At that point, it's too late, and we've talked about this repeatedly. You see so much of that in Major League Baseball nowadays, the assumption that a play is going to be made, so guys don't run hard, and they don't get that extra 90 feet.
Tadahito Iguchi, ball 1. Ted Lilly has done a tremendous job in limiting other teams from getting on base. He is first in the National League in opponents on base percentage, 240. And opponents also slugging a mere 280. That's 4th best in the National League. We talk so much about on base plus slugging. And Ted Lilly has really limited the opposition in those categories, which means he's not giving up a lot of base runners. And he's also keeping down the power numbers. That's a big reason for his success. Came in 9th in the league in earned run average.
He's just been consistently good, not only with all of his stuff, but with his command. From start to start, he has been by far the most consistent Cubs pitcher.
3-1. Uribe on deck. LaRosa holding on Konerko. Not a threat to steal. And he's going to walk to second base. And 2 men on with nobody out. Well, there's a RoboCam in the White Sox dugout, and it nudged Ozzie Guillen a little earlier. You've had some experience with that, right?
I've never actually been hit by a camera, but yeah, I've had that camera in my face before. Ozzie might as well get used to it today, because it probably will be there throughout this series. There's just nowhere to hide from that thing. Big Brother's watching.
Now Juan Uribe. Cubs want a double play. He shows bunt. And that ball handcuffed Barrett.
Looked like a cross-up.
And there's Joe Creedy. Still stinging from that batting practice mishap.
Probably still has some ice on his mouth where he got hit with that Aaron hop. Just the way Michael Barrett reacted to that pitch, I think he was caught by surprise. You see him go up. He's expecting a fastball. That ball took the break and caught him in the midsection. It's hard to believe that we would still have cross-ups in the middle of May. Those are the kind of problems that usually get ironed out in spring training before the regular season even starts, but we've seen some cross-ups in the last week here.
That's a strike. Well, you're already seeing what the White Sox are trying to do. I mean, in years past, they come up here. This is a 3-run homer opportunity early on in a ball game, but Uribe trying to move those runners up, because they have really scuffled in the run scoring department. Squares again. This one got by Barrett, and the runners will advance. So that changes the at bat now for Uribe.
It looked like Michael Barrett might have been screened a little bit by Uribe as he squared around there to attempt to bunt. Boy, he just never reacted to that pitch. I'm not sure if he got crossed up once again, but he never moved his glove until that ball was almost into the hitting zone. Just blew it right by everybody. From our Southwest RoboCam, that ball hit the bricks and ricocheted all the way back out onto the field of play.
It's a wild pitch on Ted Lilly, his second of the year. Corner man in, they're back up the middle. Good location, 2-2. Now Ted Lilly would like a strikeout. He has 48 on the year.
Uribe is a strikeout candidate. 27 punch-outs against only 9 walks on the season. Very much a free swinger.
Ted tied for 6th in the National League in Ks. The kick and the 2-2. Driven deep. Soriano will back up and make the catch. That'll send Konerko to the plate on the tag. And it's a sacrifice fly for Uribe. 1-0 White Sox.
This is a pitch that probably catches too much plate against a free swinger, a breaking ball that hangs about belt high out over the plate. Uribe is a guy that's just as likely to swing at that pitch if you bounce it 2 feet in front of home plate. From our Southwest RoboCam, Konerko will just trot home with the first run of the ball game.
And now Toby Hall, the runner at second, and 1 out. Signed a 2-year free agent contract in the offseason with a club option for 2009. At one time he played for Lou Piniella in Tampa Bay. This is his 3rd major league team. Also time with the Dodgers. We mentioned on the leadoff man, the Cubs have added a relief pitcher, Carlos Marmol, a right-hander. So the Cubs now have 7 relievers available once again. Mike Fontenot was optioned out to Iowa. Popped up back of short is Torres on the grass. 2 away here in the second.
And Carlos Marmol's been throwing the ball really well down in AAA. Surprised me a bit to see Carlos Marmol in this ball game today. That's been Lou's MO. Get a guy up, get him in.
Well, we don't know exactly what's going on with the Cubs pitching staff, but Lou basically said some things may happen here over the next few days. And we'll see how it plays out. Luis Torrero playing left. A late addition to their lineup today. The 31-year-old lefty ready on a 1-0 pitch. It's a little high. Well, Torrero, a former member of the Diamondbacks organization. What's the scouting report on him?
A 5-tool guy that just hasn't been able to make consistent contact at the major league level. Some people may classify him a 4A player. Not quite good enough to be an everyday big leaguer, but has proven everything he needs to prove at the minor league level. Real good fit as a 4th outfielder. Runs extremely well, has a real good arm, a good defender in the outfield. Just as I said, hasn't been able to consistently put together the kind of offense that would enable him to be an everyday player.
Great look from the knot hole out in right, just off Sheffield. The Ivy looks great. Missed again, 3-1.
You know, we saw Ted Lilly in his last start just a little bit off in the first inning against the Phillies. He struggled with his breaking ball, couldn't get it down into the zone. Tries to throw a backdoor slider there to Torrero, leaves it up just a little bit. He's missing with all of his pitches by just the smallest margin through the early going here. Hopefully he'll be able to settle in.
Second walk of the inning. And Mark Burley will bat for the first time since spring training. 2 for 25 in his career. No extra base hits. 1 RBI. And that's one advantage a National League team should have at home. Their pitchers used to hitting, and you look at the next 2 days, Jason Marquis and Carlos Zambrano, former Silver Slugger winners. So the Cubs should have a pretty good advantage in that 9th spot in the order.
Yeah, not only swinging the bats, but should the pitchers reach base, certainly Mark Burley hasn't hit a lot. He hasn't run the bases a lot. Get a guy completely out of his element. You never know what might happen out there on the bases.
He'll pitch on Sunday. Marquis will go tomorrow. We'll be right here on WGN Sports. Hawk and DJ will have the call Sunday. 2 strikes. Not sure if Mark Burley's going to swing.
That may be on direct orders from his bench. The worst thing that can happen if you're the White Sox is to have Burley get injured somehow trying to do something he's not used to doing.
There he does swing, and he pulls it on the ground. Terrio throws him out. The White Sox strike first. Uribe with a sac fly, plating Konerko, and it's 1-0.
Every time they get close, within arm's reach, just a breath away, Jack Bauer is always 1 step ahead.
Dude, tell me what I want to know. It's just a question of how much you want it to hurt.
No one can catch him except you. Catch 24 Saturdays at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's the best season yet.
Sorry, dude. Only got 1 left. Hey, I'm gonna grab some nachos. Walter! Watch my Bud Light, buddy.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Does Walter like nachos?
Who's counting on your brakes today? At Midas, lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
The very thought of you, and I forget to do
Armor All Wax, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare.
America's funniest home videos, weeknights on Superstation WGN.
Well, if you're on the Kennedy, that's what you'll see. It's awesome. Could you draw that?
Oh, I could, but I didn't do that particularly.
Okay. Ramirez grounding to Uribe. 1 pitch, 1 out. You do usually on smaller things, not buildings.
Yeah, and with crayons. The big crayons, too. The ones they give you in kindergarten.
Where would you rather be than here?
Well, what a great day for a ball game. Clear skies, a little bit of breeze blowing in from right center field across toward the left field corner. Perfect day for baseball.
And the pregame flyover today. Ron Santo will conduct the 7th inning stretch. Here's Michael Barrett. Strike one on Michael. Answered every question regarding the A.J. Przinsky incident last year. He says he just wants to put it behind him. He comes in hitting .328 at home.
I mentioned in the open of the show that Mark Buehrle is kind of a poor man's left-handed Greg Maddux, and by that I meant that he'll throw all of his pitches to all the quadrants of the strike zone. He can elevate a fastball when he needs to. Has a real good straight changeup that fades down and away from a right-handed hitter, and then he can cut his fastball back in on the hands of a right-handed hitter. Sometimes hitters will talk about a pitcher that can draw X's on the corners. They have a pitch that moves both directions that they can throw to either corner of the plate, and Mark Buehrle is one of those guys.
This is his 4th try and his 100th career win. A.J. Przinsky not in their lineup today. Ground ball, foul past third. You didn't hear anything about A.J. not being in the lineup today, did you? And Ozzy's thoughts on his lineup, just making ability?
Just rumors, just rumors. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, just to let you know what Len's talking about. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time this morning doing a local call-in show, and Ozzy called in to talk to the host, and whew, a volcano went off.
You were an innocent bystander.
Completely innocent bystander. Had nothing to do with it.
Buehrle with a 1-2 to Barrett. This one's going to slice out of play down the right field line. Well, this Sunday is Motorola Day at Wrigley Field. Watch the Cubs battle the White Sox at 1:20 in this Crosstown Classic. Michael Barrett, deep left center, and out, a home run. It's 1-1. That's his 6th of the year. Wasn't quite sure if he got all of it, but he did.
Michael Barrett with a good, short, quick swing in the 2-strike count. Gets the bat down and through the zone. Got great carry on that ball. We talked about the wind kind of coming in from right center field. Definitely will knock balls down, hit to right field, but certainly didn't hurt that one at all from Michael Barrett. Got great carry.
Number 36 on the year for the Cubs. So they tie it up. Meanwhile, 3-0 on Mark DeRosa. Got back in the lineup yesterday. The right hand injury. He does have a little padding over the right ring finger. But he said, really, the more stuff I put in there, the more pressure is put on that finger. 3-2.
And the fact that it's on his throwing hand makes it extremely tough to cushion it without interfering with throwing or swinging a bat. with a little bit of a leg kick. Good quick swing through the zone. That's a good lesson there. You can generate a lot of power. Our Southwest, how far did it fly? 367 feet. You can generate a lot of power with a quick swing. You don't have to swing hard. You don't have to uppercut. Get that bat through the hitting zone quickly.
And right toward the end of that replay, you saw he put his head down. He was running hard. Whether or not he knew it was going to go, he was busting it out of the box. So runner at first with one out. After the Ramirez ground out, the home run by Barrett. The Rosa walked. And Burley's next pitch to Burton is a strike, 1-1. Rosa 0 for 1 in the stolen base department. And fouled off to the right. You know, getting back to the Ozzie comments before the ball game today, and there might have been some people who thought that these two managers were just going to really stir it up, but I got the impression Lou was happy just to kind of sit back. You know, he made those comments about what may go on in the pitching rotation and the bullpen, but he didn't really have a whole lot to say about this Sox-Cubs matchup.
Well, and really, Lou hasn't experienced it yet. I mean, he was just being honest in his, I don't want to call it inability to speak to the series, but he hadn't been involved in one yet. Certainly, Ozzie's been through many of these series.
And both managers would tell you that their main concern is about their own team and what's going on with their own situation. And in the case of the Cubs, we talked about it yesterday. You get a very good relief appearance from Michael Wirtz. Will Ullman, maybe the best outing he's had as a Cub. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the inning. And then Ryan Dempster coming off maybe his best outing of the year, having one of his worst as a Cub. So that's his biggest concern right now, is trying to figure out the bullpen situation.
Good changeup away from Matt Merton right there. Gets the swinging strike 3 from our Southwest RoboCam.
And as upsetting as yesterday's loss was, we were talking about this off the air. Every loss is a team loss, but it's not as if the Cubs kicked the ball around all day. They played a very good game. Their closer did not have a good day. Scott Air came on, gave up a couple of hits. The loss went to Dempster, but that's not one of those losses where Lou's going to walk into his clubhouse and air everybody out. You don't want to single out anybody in particular on a day like that.
Yeah, if the team comes out flat out of the gates, they don't seem to have a lot of energy. They don't play smart baseball up and down the lineup. Well, then, yeah, that's when we might see Lou blow his cool a little bit. But as you said, that was a very clean ball game up until the 9th.
Burley strikes out Merton and his tourist to end the inning, but Michael Barrett with a game-tying home run, his second career blast off Burley, and it's 1-1.
The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Ice is so advanced, you can use it in the hot sun with outstanding results. Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV has video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
If a Cubs player hits a homer today, write down the distance and player's name and send it to WGN TV. You could win 2 round-trip tickets to any Southwest Airlines destination.
1-1 on a beautiful day on the north side as we get into the 3rd inning, and a visitor to the booth, Craig Culver from Culver's Frozen Custard, and he brought gifts. Yeah. Hi, Craig.
You bet. Culver's Frozen Custard, gentlemen.
Right.
Oh boy, got some Oreo cookies on it. It looks like.
Very nice. I'm always up for some frozen custard.
Well, I am too. Where's mine? Well, we definitely appreciate this. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Well, today, the So Good It's Gone Crosstown Charity Challenge, hosted by Culver's, and you raised a lot of money for Cubs Care and Chicago White Sox charities.
We raised $20,000 today. $10,000 for each team.
And that was at the Lincoln Park Zoo, the farm in the zoo.
That's right.
And a great day for it.
71 degrees, no wind, and all sun. It was a beautiful day. It really was. Good day for the kids in Chicago, too, and other charities that the ball clubs sponsor.
Well, we appreciate your sponsorship so much. We have our sweet defensive play of the game that we'll be talking about a little bit later. Darren Erstad, the leadoff hitter, a 3-1 count on him. Here's a pitch by Lilly, and make it 3-2. So we sit here on May 18th, and as far as frozen custard, you eat it year-round, but this is where you start to really build on those sales, right, as you get into the summer.
Well, we do, but we do like people eating it in the winter months as well.
I'm one of those people, believe me.
We're from the Midwest, as you know.
Butter burgers as well.
Look at this one.
Matt Merton in right is going to make the catch. So Erstad is out. How do you like the view up here?
Hey, like I said, you guys got a nice job. You really do.
It's a pretty good job.
Let's trade for a week or something like that.
All right, you want to go sell some frozen custard, Bob? I'll go eat some. How about that?
Craig, we have to sit here and watch a baseball game, and people bring us food and ice cream. You guys got it made. You do. I don't want to hear any complaints out of either one of you.
There's a strike on Pablo Zuna. Well, Craig, again, thanks so much, and it's a great event that you had today. Again, $20,000 raised for Cubs Care and Chicago White Sox charities. Off the end of the bat, little dribbler, and Lilly will right from the glove to Mark DeRosa for the second out. We really appreciate you stopping by, and please go enjoy some of this great custard today.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me up here.
Thanks
really
so much,
enjoyable.
Craig.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet both of you. There's a little cue shot off the bat of Pablo Zuna up the first base side. Ted Lilly with a dangerous glove-to-glove flip right there. Apparently something he feels confident doing. Most of the time you'd like to see him go in there with the bare hand and make the underhanded toss, but all's well that ends well. The Cubs get the out at first.
So it's 2 down in the inning. We've been eating a lot in the booth lately, haven't
Yeah,
we?
you know, and I forgot Craig was coming in today, so I already sampled one bowl of the frozen custard.
You can have 2.
Go for seconds.
Jermaine Dye cracking it, and this one's going to go a home run. So just like that, the Sox retake the lead. That's his 8th. So he's heating up. We talked about the big day he had yesterday. That's the 11th home run allowed by Ted Lilly against the White Sox in his career.
Eight home runs, 22 RBI on the season now for Jermaine Dye. Gets a fastball up and out over the plate where he can extend his arms. It appears that this wind blowing in from right center is not going to affect balls hit the left field today. Michael Barrett going into the middle of the bleachers in left field. Now Dye going into the back of the bleachers in left field. Curry's command just not as crisp as we've seen it in his other starts leading up to today. He's left a few pitches up and out over the plate. He's fallen behind in a couple of counts.
5 of Dye's 7 career home runs against the Cubs have come in this ballpark. Well, 7 of Ted's 8 outings have been quality starts, at least 6 innings, and no more than 3 earned runs. Way out in front. 1-2.
Gets away with one here. A changeup, led her high up and out over the plate. Fortunately, took just enough off to get Konerko out in front, but that is not the location you want to throw that straight changeup.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. That's his first strikeout of the day. Dye giving the White Sox the lead once again. It's 2-1.
I don't think you're supposed to put coins in there.
Want to get away? Now you can. Hurry, our internet sale is available just a little bit longer. Fly Southwest Airlines to 63 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by May 24th.
You are now free to move about the country. Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
From the night I went to the prom by myself to my 18th birthday party where all my ex-boyfriends showed up. It's all right here in the diary of me, Moesha Mitchell. Occupation, teenager.
Her name is Brandy. Her show is Moesha. Her message?
Follow your own star.
Weekdays at 5 on Superstation WGN.
Well, one single tally in each of the last 3 half innings. And it's 2-1 White Sox. Jermaine Dye with a home run after Michael Barrett tied it. One ball, 2 strikes on Ted Lilly as Burley getting close to his 3rd consecutive strikeout. Here's a pitch. Popped him up on the left side. And Uribe will squeeze. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
These doctors are on the cutting edge of comedy. Catch a full hour of the Emmy award-winning series Scrubs, weeknights at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Well, tomorrow is Armed Forces Day here at the park. Actor John Cusack will conduct the 7th inning stretch. On Sunday, actor, director, and writer Tim Robbins will be in the booth.
Nuke LaLoosh.
Yeah, he's a big baseball fan. On the way to Terrio. A little low and outside. Now, is this an adjustment for Toby Hall, who hasn't caught Mark Burley except for, spring training, but working with a guy who's so fast in between pitches?
I think Burley is the perfect guy to make your first start off the DL. I mean, he's got such great control. He wants to work quickly. He's pretty much going to call his own game, so there's really no problem there. Just don't blink. You know, you have to know that your pitcher out there on the mound likes to work in a fast rhythm, so your job as a catcher is to get the ball back to him as quickly as possible. If he's in a good rhythm. If he's struggling a little bit, then maybe you have to slow him down.
Another one in on the hands and fouled off by Terrio. Cubs trying to get something going. One hit the first time through the order, and it was the Barrett home run. Cubs came in 7th in the National League in runs. Good eye. Full count. Switch hitting Angel Pagan on deck. Hit a 2-run homer yesterday in New York. Line right, Adeguchi. The Cubs take on the Florida Marlins on Monday, May 28th at 1:20. The first 20,000 fans will receive a scratch and win card, and 100 random winners will receive a Mitchell and Ness Cooperstown Authentic Collection 1987 Andre Dawson Road jersey. Compliments of Bank of America. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Uribe ranging far to his left. He threw it away. Pagan is on. Should be a hit. It is a single for Angel.
Yeah, with Pagan's speed, there's no way Uribe was going to be able to get him as many steps as he had to go up the middle of the field to make that play. He did unleash an errant throw, but even a throw right on the chest to Paul Konerko was not going to get Angel Pagan. You can see he's well past the bag when that ball gets by the White Sox first baseman. Now we may see a stolen base attempt. With Mark DeRosa on base earlier, not a guy you would normally think about straight stealing a base, but Angel Pagan is one of those guys.
Soriano hitting third once again with D. Lee out of the lineup. The kick and a pitch to him. The strike. Well, not only does Burley have a good move, but again, he works so quickly. There's a rhythm for a base stealer.
He'll catch guys taking their lead off. They look over to the third base coach to get their sign. In the meantime, Mark Burley already has his sign from the catcher. He goes into his set position. Now the runner is struggling to get out there to a decent lead, and when Burley uses that quick step to home plate, there's just no chance to get a jump.
On a bounce, Uribe will get the short out at second to end the inning. 2 out hit, no runs, 2-1 White Sox.
What are you doing?
Should we pick him up? He has Bud Light.
He has an axe.
But he has Bud Light.
And an axe.
I'm sure there's a reason for it. Hey, buddy. What's with the axe?
It's a bottle opener.
Hop in.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Look, he has Bud Light.
And a chainsaw.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polisher wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Try new Turtle Wax Ice Liquid Clay Bar to deep clean and restore your car's finish in one easy step.
Garden Claw Gold, adjust to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Who's counting on your brakes today? At Midas, lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
You know, testing my blood sugar is such a hassle.
Mom,
Why not make your life easier? Try the Breeze 2 meter. It's the one I use because it has 10 tests in one disc, and I never have to code.
Introducing the new Breeze 2 meter from Bayer. With no coding and now a smaller blood sample and results in 5 seconds. It's easier than ever. Call 800-554-9393 or go online now to get your free Breeze 2 meter, a $65 value.
That sounds a lot easier.
That's easy accuracy. Answered by Bayer.
White Sox leading the Cubs 2-1. You look down Sheffield. The neighborhood jumping today. On Addison. Friday of Cubs baseball. Beginning interleague play for 2007. Ground ball is Torres. Take care of Tadahito Iguchi. Sweet Lou versus the mouth of the South. You were over there before the game.
I was over there for a little while. Yeah. This was hopping. Got loud in there.
But at one time, both managers were the American League Rookie of the Year as players. Rosa drifting, and he has it.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports from Wrigley Field is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
They're enjoying the view from the Budweiser house. Toby Hall. Yeah, Lou and Ozzie both the American League Rookie of the Year at one time. They've both been the American League Manager of the Year. Neither afraid to speak his mind.
Neither guy likes to lose very much.
Toby Hall shooting it into left center. Pagan over. Nice backhanded play, and that is a single for Toby Hall because of the speed of Angel Pagan. Terrific play out in left center. That keeps Hall, for the time being, out of scoring position.
Well, it seems like we've talked about this a lot over the last couple of years. The many different ways that speed shows up on a baseball field. This looks like an easy double to the gap in left center, but Pagan, with his great speed, gets over there, makes a nice backhanded play to cut that ball off, and quickly gets the ball back toward the infield, forcing Toby Hall to stop at first base.
High bouncer left side of the infield. Ramirez to second. Nice job by Lilly and the defense here in the 4th inning. Still 2-1.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Congratulations! You've launched the pink slip virus. Your office is now infected. They'll soon trace it back to you. Good luck finding a new job.
Want to get away? Now you can. Hurry, our internet sale is available just a little bit longer. Fly Southwest Airlines to 63 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99.
You are now free to move about the country.
Switch to Valvoline's Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high-mileage engine breakdown. Long live your car.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
Meet the Dollar Millionaires. From vintage pleather to McDonald's double cheeseburgers, these folks are all about the Washingtons. Looks like Rachel here has this season's it accessory. No wonder she rolls with such a handsome man-tourage.
These people live like money grows on trees. Trees they can't find.
But they have no trouble finding de-luxurious meals on the dollar menu. Now I buy that for $1.
Hey, music fans, the Fray, along with Chicago's very own OK Go, will be at the Charter One Pavilion on Northerly Island for 3 shows June 12th, 13th, and 14th, part of the Bud Light Concert Series. Tickets are on sale now. Visit livenation.com or call Ticketmaster at 312-559-1212. Bud Light and great music. Always worth it. There was some OK Go under that concert series read. Well, Ramirez, 3 home runs and 12 RBIs on the road trip. They only hit .241, 7 for 29, but he made his hits count. Hit a grand slam yesterday with another home run and knocked in 3. Thanks to Ramirez for joining us on our Showdown in the City pregame special.
Boy, not only did Ramirez have a good offensive series at Shea Stadium, made some great defensive plays down at third base.
Leading all National League third basemen in RBIs with 31. Should be extra bases here. That ball's going to hit the sidewall. Dye picks it up, but not before Ramirez has a 2-base hit. His 6th double of the year. And the tying run in scoring position for Michael Barrett, who homered in his first at bat.
Boy, and Michael Barrett has gotten fat against White Sox pitching. Get one more look at this double by Ramirez. Well, it's a fastball right on the outside corner at the kneecaps. That's the only place you can hit that ball with authority, and Ramirez does, driving it down into that right field corner, busting it out of the batter's box. That's always good to see, and he'll cruise into second with an easy double. I mentioned Michael Barrett. His last 6 at bats going back to last year against the White Sox, he's 5 for 6 with 2 homers. And talking about a positive reaction to what could have been a very ugly situation. Michael Barrett found a way to use it as motivation and has really swung the bat well against the White Sox.
Yeah, the day after the AJ situation, came up with a big hit as the Cubs were able to hit the final game of that series. I'm sure AJ will be back in the lineup tomorrow. And 2 on Barrett. He's a pretty intense guy, as we saw last year. And his battery mate today is as well, Ted Lilly. Very mild-mannered, but
focused intensity.
Yes.
That's what you like to see.
Well, he got into it with his manager, John Gibbons, in Toronto. And Gibbons tried to take him out of a ballgame. They made up as Barrett strikes out. They're pretty good friends, but there's an edge, there's a boiling point that most pro athletes have.
Well, there's a reason guys have reached this level. I mean, this is the pinnacle of professional baseball, and you've got to be a competitor to be successful and to maintain a level of success in the major leagues. And you know, when you put a whole bunch of competitive guys together, led by a competitive manager, you're going to have conflict from time to time.
And in speaking specifically about the incident last year, it was more of a reactionary thing on Michael's part. It all was about that particular play. Dye coming in, still coming in, and he made a shoestring catch. Former Gold Glove winner in 2000, and Jermaine Dye steals a hit from Mark DeRosa.
I thought that one had a chance to get down right there. Dye was playing fairly deep, respecting DeRosa's opposite field power. That wind pushing that ball back toward the infield. Dye keeps a beat on it the whole way, makes a nice sliding backhanded catch.
They have a couple of Gold Glovers in their outfield. Darren Erstad with 3 of them. He won 1 at first base. Ball 1 on Matt Merton. He's in center this afternoon. Sharply hit on the ground. And Ozuna will fire across. Cubs waste the leadoff double. They still trail by 1.
You packed your own shoots for the first time, and that's a big deal. As a surprise, I stocked the fridge in the hangar with Bud Light.
Hey, where's the Bud Light?
So let's pull 'em.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Ice is so advanced, you can use it in the hot sun with outstanding results. Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV as video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Oh, the dog with the Cubs hat on.
I was looking at the guy in the background. That's obviously a former bullpen catcher. His chute didn't open.
2-1. Ted Lilly back to work. Hey, Sean Marshall now 2-0 at AAA Iowa with a 182. Went 8 innings yesterday, gave up 1 run on 2 hits. And he's throwing the ball extremely well. One of those cryptic comments by Lou Piniella with maybe some changes on the horizon. I'm sure Sean Marshall's getting a look. We talked yesterday about the one thing the Cubs bullpen has missed, and they've added a little of that with Carlos Marmol, is the guy who can come out there and throw 96, 97 and really miss a lot of bats.
Yeah, there are those occasions in the bullpen when you need that guy to come in there and strike somebody out, miss some bats, be able to blow a fastball by somebody. And, Marmol, at least the way he's pitched in the early going in minor leagues, would seem to fit that bill.
Angel Guzman with a good start yesterday, 5 innings, 1 run, but still without his first major league win. Burley way out in front and fouled it off.
Talked about the great outing by Sean Marshall as Iowa beat Oklahoma. Felix Piet continues to swing a hot bat since going back to AAA. He's now 15 for 34. That's a .441 batting average since his return on May 10th.
Foul tipped into the glove. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Make every second count. Don't miss the award-winning Series 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. Saturday at 11:30 Eastern on Superstation WGN.
Back to the top now in Erstad. I mentioned the 3 Gold Gloves in 2000. Mostly played left field and won the award. In 2002 he was in center. In 04 he was at first base. So he's the kind of guy, just put him anywhere and he'll give you great defense. Sends a fly ball into center for Angel Pagan, just in front of the warning track, 2 outs. And Darren Erstad Grew up a Giants fan in North Dakota. No team in North Dakota?
I guess
Major
not.
League level, so he picked your old team.
Well, we appreciate the support. I mean, Darren Erstad has always been a maximum effort guy. He gives everything he has on the field every day, which is probably the reason he's been injured as frequently as he has been.
Scott Pasednik's on the disabled list with a groin injury. And Shitomi, he should be back Monday. And the Cubs looking forward to having Derek Lee back in their lineup as early as tomorrow. Fouled off by Ozuna.
Well, we saw last year firsthand, Len, what Derek Lee meant to this Cubs lineup and how much a difference one guy missing from a lineup can make. And the White Sox certainly are feeling the same thing without Jim Thome. I mean, Thome, a very patient hitter, will take his walks. Through the first 21 games of this season, the White Sox drew 97 base on balls. That's an average of about 4.6 a game. Since Thome's been on the disabled list, they've drawn 35 walks in 16 games. Right around just a little over 2 a game. Big difference.
Derek said he doesn't get nervous when he plays, but having to watch that series at home on TV, he said every pitch made me nervous.
It's just such a helpless feeling because you know there's physically nothing you can do to help.
I should have asked him if we made him nervous. Ryan Terrio will make the play. No nerves from Ted Lilly this inning. They go down 1-2-3. Bottom 5, 2-1.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet.
Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Chase Freedom. It feels like no other credit card in the world. And it works like no other card, too. Feel free to choose cash back. And then change to points. And then change again, all with the same card and without losing a thing. That's freedom. Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Hi.
Hey.
I just moved in down the hall, and do you have any chocolate sauce I could borrow?
Yeah. What's it for?
Oh, I'm just gonna pour it all over myself. Bye.
They were made for each other. Waffles and soft serve in the new chocolate-covered strawberry waffle bowl sundaes at Dairy Queen with fresh-baked waffles. Do one.
America's funniest home videos, weeknights on Superstation WGN.
BB, I hate to tell you, but your boat got away.
Oh, geez, I thought I tied it up well enough. Oh, well, I guess I have a little swim after the ball game. No big deal.
Well, Cesar's Torres, he had 458 on the road trip. And ground ball up the middle. Uribe throws him out. Well, before the game, Lou Piniella talking about the Cubs pitching staff. Let's listen in.
We're going to have some information for you. I'm telling you that it's going to surprise you. So we'll give you all some things that you all can Scotland Yard on yourselves this weekend.
What? Using Scotland Yard as a verb. Can't say I've heard that one before. Well, we have this thing in the TV biz called a tease.
Yeah.
You know? Coming up next. Well, in TV land out there, feel free to speculate.
Stay tuned.
0-2 to Lilly, and he missed it for strike 3. Now Marmol in the bullpen. We'll see what's next. Jim Tianis. Well, he's been all over the place today.
And great shots from wherever Jimmy's been.
He and Lonnie Thomas were out on Kennedy earlier today, getting those great shots that we saw earlier. Great painting in the building. Hi, Jim. What's up, Lonnie?
Every day is like a field trip for those guys. They get to go places in the ballpark that few people will get to see, and outside the ballpark as well. They have to do something to slow Burley down. He's really getting into that good rhythm. He's found that strike zone early in the sequence. Gotten a lot of first and second pitch outs. You get something in your eye from time to time. That shoelace, that cranky shoelace that just won't stay tied. Timeout. Can I get time? Excuse me here, Mr. Umpire. Can I get time? You have to do something to slow him down.
That's hit foul. One of my best friends from college. We would sit down and eat dinner. And I would eat my dinner in about 2.5 minutes. And he liked to take about 40 minutes. It's kind of like Burley and a hitter who takes his time. I'd be finished. I'd be like, okay, let's go. Like, I just started. He was always trying to slow me down. We get used to that before ball games, don't we?
Yes, we
have what, 4.5 minutes before we hit the air. That's the third out. Pitchers have been pretty good today. Jim and Lonnie out on the highway today, 2-1.
Pete, Julie, Link, 3 undercover cops with nothing in common except a whole lot of attitude.
No gun.
Shut up! Is this all the cops do?
We can go get some donuts.
Claire Danes, Omar Epps, Giovanni Ribisi, the Mod Squad.
Saturday at 3 Eastern.
Okay, class. If you're in the South, you say, "Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light."
Hey, feller, give me a Bud Light.
In New York, you say, "Hey, give me a Bud Light." You got a problem with that?
Bud Light, you got a problem with that.
In East LA, you say, "Give me a Bud Light, Holmes."
Give me a Bud Light, Holmes.
More importantly, if somebody asks you for a Bud Light, you say,
"Don't speak English."
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
Bud Light.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polisher wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Try new Turtle Wax Ice Liquid Clay Bar to deep clean and restore your car's finish in one easy step.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Bob Brenly, Len Casper, and our WGN sports crew from Wrigley Field. The difference to this point, Jermaine Dye's 3rd inning home run. And coincidentally, he leads off the 6th. Just outside. way outside. Well, if the Cubs can get the lead, we'll see what Luz does in the ninth. I think it's going to be Ryan Dempster again. A lot of times, boy, a guy struggles. You like to get him right back out there. Nicely done on that foul ball. Well, the starting pitchers, as advertised today, and I think more for Lilly than Burley, he's had to battle to keep the White Sox down.
I don't know if you could say that either pitcher has his best stuff today. Lilly has been probably as inconsistent as we've seen him all year, and for him to be able to put up those kind of numbers with well less than his best stuff today, I think it speaks to how good Ted Lilly has been.
Well, we thought his curveball was as nasty as it had been all year in his last start. Jimmy Rollins and the Phillies weren't as impressed with his stuff, but the results were there, and that's usually a sign of a very good pitcher. If you can go out there without your best repertoire, got him, called strike 3, and succeed, that's a very good sign.
Well, any pitcher can take the mound with his A stuff on a given day and dazzle the opposition, but the good pitchers are the ones that find a way to keep their team in a ball game when they don't have their A stuff or their B stuff or their C stuff. Yeah, Lilly has 4 pitches that he has commanded on both edges of the strike zone throughout the early going this year. And from time to time today, he has not had the good curveball. He's left it up. He's missed high with some fastballs, but when he's needed to make a good pitch, he's been able to come back and get in the strike zone.
A 1-0 on the way, and Konerko just flings his bat away in disgust. Terrio with a catch. This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. This game, by the way, the first one in interleague play in 07, and the only game going on this afternoon. Through the hole and a base hit for Iguchi, as he has now reached twice today in 3 tries. A walk, a ground out, and a single. One National League game tonight, Arizona at Pittsburgh. Everything else is the AL versus the NL.
Talking about all the ready-made matchups in interleague play, the Cubs and the Sox, Yankees and the Mets, Angels and the Dodgers, even the Giants and the A's up in the Bay Area. In Arizona, our interleague partner was the Detroit Tigers. I guess we didn't have a natural rival in Arizona, so the Detroit Tigers were our team for at least the first couple years of interleague play.
There are a lot of good connections there, right? The Detroit River and the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. It's kind of similar.
Yeah, there's sand in the ashtrays in Detroit, and there's sand everywhere in Arizona. Right. They make cars in Detroit. We drive cars in Arizona.
Well, up on the blog today at WGNTV.com, I asked the question that we ask every year: do you like interleague play? And whenever we start the AL versus the NL, it's worth revisiting. So I'll ask you again. This is why you do it, in my opinion. White Sox against the Cubs.
Hey, baseball's for the fans, and the fans seem to really love interleague play. I think there are some built-in inequalities with interleague play. In some years, you're going to play tougher competition in your interleague schedule than the teams in your division do, but I think that's a small price to pay for what has been an overwhelmingly popular move. The fans really love interleague play.
Fouled off by Uribe.
But the only change I would make in interleague play, and we've talked about this the last couple of years as well, I think it would be interesting to use the DH in the National League parks and use the pitcher batting in the American League parks. If you really want to give your fans a taste of what the other league is like, I think that would make it very interesting. Use the DH in Wrigley and make the pitchers hit over at the cell.
Agreed. That's a great idea. Lilly's going to throw to first. We'll have many of our pregame features up on the blog, so check it out. WGNTV.com. Well, to me, this series is why I like it the most. The other reason is, for us, it's just fun to occasionally see an American League club. Hammered foul. And the Mariners will come in here in June. First time Ichiro will ever have played at Wrigley Field. We'll see Sammy Sosa and the Texas Rangers on the road.
Yeah, I think that's a big draw of interleague play as well. The opportunity to see some stars from the other league that normally you wouldn't get the opportunity to see a guy like Ichiro play.
And Uribe went too far, according to Ed Hickox. So Ted Lilly locked in with Mark Burley today, 2-1.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi.
Got a lot of projects?
Yeah.
We've got what you need. Come on.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here.
It's time to feel free with Chase Freedom. Feel free to choose points for rewards like travel.
I'm free to do what I want.
Or feel free to choose cash back.
I'm free.
Then feel free to change back again.
In the old town.
Without losing a thing. That's freedom. That's Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Is Becker's new lover New York's most wanted?
Picture her with pinwheel eyes and a cuckoo coming out of her forehead.
Next Becker.
Tonight at 12:30 Eastern.
Man, he looks like he's wearing shoulder pads, but I don't think he is. Is a large individual.
That's a burly man right there.
Yeah. Good start to the inning. 2-0 on Angel Pagan. Cubs trying to get something going here against Burley, other than a Barrett home run. Just 2 other hits and only 1 Cub in scoring position. That was Ramirez, a leadoff double in the 4th.
Well, Pagan's a good guy to start her with. If he could reach base, we talked about it when he singled back in the 3rd inning. He is a definite base stealing threat and would put some pressure on Burley, maybe slow his pace down out there a little bit.
Shallow center. Erstad will watch it drop. And a speedy Pagan with a leadoff single. That's his 9th hit and 20 at-bats in the big leagues here in 07.
Angels looked very comfortable in the opportunities he's had to play since coming up from the minor leagues. This one gets in on him just a little bit down near the trademark, but fights it off into shallow center field for a base hit. And this is where possibly you can get Burley distracted a little bit, split his attention between that runner at first base and the hitter at the plate, and that's when pitchers tend to make mistakes.
The Cubs all time against the American League in interleague play, 70-75. They were 4-11 last year versus the American League Central. This year they'll play the White Sox in 2 series and then the aforementioned Mariners at home and Rangers on the road. There's a drive by Soriano. Torrero's on the dirt. And Pagan has to retreat. So Alfonso is 0 for 3.
It looked good coming off the bat, but that was a real arm swing right there. Soriano had to extend out over the plate, use his arms and wrists at the very end. Just almost flipped that ball back toward left field. Gets it to the warning track, but enough room for Luis Torreira to make the catch.
Boy, does he use a big bat. I mean, he can generate a lot of power. Squib toward right. Iguchi's going to make the play. He dropped it. Pagan toward third. He's in. Even if Iguchi fields that ball cleanly, Ramirez is going to reach, but once he dropped it, Pagan was able to go all the way to third.
Good aggressive base running by Pagan. I tell you, Ramirez hit that ball off the very end of the bat, and with each bounce it was working its way further and further away from Iguchi. This thing has a lot of side English and keeps working over there toward the foul line, and Iguchi doesn't come up with it cleanly. Angel Pagan never broke stride around second base and easily advances on to third. Good base running by Angel.
So Barrett with a home run and a strikeout. The tying run is at third. White Sox in double play depth. The kick and the pitch. Ball one. A home run for Barrett, his 6th of the season. Lifted to right. The catch made. The throw coming toward the plate, and they're going to hold the runner. Pagan. Ball gets away from Hall. Ramirez to second. So Pagan took a few steps down the third base line, decided to stay there. So it's still 2-1. The Cubs with runners at second and third. Well, I thought Angel was going to test him.
And it would have been a dangerous test right here. Jermaine Dye, with his momentum going toward home plate, possesses an incredible throwing arm. Actually threw that ball too good. It got to Toby Hall on a short hop. He tries to block it. It gets away. And at that point, Ramirez was able to advance from first to second base.
There will be an error on Hall.
Ouch.
Allowing Ramirez to go from first to second.
Tough error for Toby Hall. Strong short hop throw that hit near his feet and just bounded away. Brings up that category of the team error. I don't think it's fair to hang that error on Toby Hall, but it probably isn't fair to hang it on Jermaine Dye either. He made a good strong throw. It just caught the catcher on a short hop.
First base open. DeRosa at the plate. Pagan the runner at third. Ramirez at second. Just behind Mike Quaddy.
Well, that's what that cutter from Mark Burley will do to a right-handed hitter. You have to pull your hands in. You've got to be extremely quick, and it's so hard to keep that ball fair. It's almost by design. Hey, throw that first pitch, a cutter off the plate inside. Mark Burley's going to be ahead in the count 0-1.
That's off the foot of the batter, so it's foul. Yesterday we showed you the thumb ring that Mark DeRosa occasionally wears, and I think he's got it on there. Yeah,
it's the same. Wearing a dark one today, a black or a blue one that's a little bit harder to pick up today.
He said that's a result of a John Rocker pitch in a sim game. He said he felt it for a long time after, and that'll take away some of the vibration. If you play tennis, you know, sometimes they'll put that little thing in between your strings to dampen the vibration, so kind of a similar concept. That's high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Merton on deck. He'll only bat if Mark can get on base. It's Mark against Mark at the moment. 2-2 ground ball. Burley tried the kick save, and he's fortunate he didn't make contact. As Iguchi throws out DeRosa, Cubs with a great scoring chance, but they can't come through. It's still 2-1.
You've got problems, he's got answers. Greg Barrett, weekdays on Superstation WGN.
Welcome to California.
We cruise.
Fly.
We run.
We go with the flow.
We let go.
And we believe one simple thing.
That every day in California
is your lucky day.
Is your lucky day.
So there's just one thing you have to ask yourself.
How fast can you get here?
Find yourself in California. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to cities in California on our extended internet sale for just $129.
You are now free to move about the country.
There may be better ways to spend 15 minutes online. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. There may be better ways to spend 15 minutes online. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV as video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
Time now to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. Boy, some split allegiances in our crew today. Jim Tianis out there doing his best to tear up a White Sox scarf, and John Dickinson, he got his Sox flag out there. Just get along.
Getting a picture with the guy in the hot dog suit.
I'll have to get one of those.
2-1 White Sox. Bottom of the order. And a strike on Toby Hall, the catcher. Happy second birthday to Chase Tucker Eggert. Watching a ball game today. Happy early birthday to Cubs president John McDonough. Turns 29 tomorrow. Two strikes.
What turns 29 tomorrow?
We'll just leave it at that. Michael Wirtz wanted us to wish his niece Megan a happy 15th birthday. Just missed with a fastball.
Just absolutely locks up Hall with this fastball. Inside corner. Michael Barrett never moved his mitt. Hickox wouldn't give him the call, and of course Toby Hall gets a base hit in the left field.
Boy, Ted Lilly is very upset. That ball got away from Soriano. It would have been a double either way for Hall. Boy, Ted Lilly was really upset as that ball got down and left after just missing that strikeout pitch.
Well, in Ted Lilly's mind, it should be one out, nobody on base, but instead he's got a runner at second base and nobody out. Tried to come back with a big overhand curveball after just missing inside with the fastball.
And here comes the home plate umpire. Trying to break up that meeting
ball. I think
yep.
if he comes up with it cleanly, Toby Hall has to have a thought about stopping over there at first base. But when Soriano kicked it around a little bit, allowed Hall to advance into scoring position.
With the corner men in, Torero at the plate, runner at second, no outs. Yeah, that's about the most emotion Ted Lilly has shown all year. It was right after the ball was deposited into left and off the mound, and you could just tell he was very angry. Burley on deck. Sox do have some action in their bullpen. Time call. It's Nick Massett, a right-hander. Pause by Lilly. The kick and the pitch. 1-2.
You mentioned Ted Lilly being upset not getting that 0-2 pitch. He thought he threw a fastball perfectly on the inside corner for strike 3. That's kind of like a hitter on that 1-1 count. When they get a bad pitch called on them, it should be 2-1. Instead, it's 1-2. And especially against a pitcher with a good put away pitch, whether it's a hard slider or a splitter. You've been put in a situation where you have to look for that pitcher's out pitch in the 1-2 count, and hitters hate that. Pitchers feel the same way. If they think they should have a strike 3, they want that strike 3.
Well, I think most players will tell you, both pitchers and hitters, they work very, very hard. They have a game plan when they go up there, and if you feel like you've done everything in your power and then you don't get a call that you want, you feel like, man, this is hard enough as it is. And the question is, for a pitcher in particular, how difficult is it to forget about it and move on to the next hitter? I guess that comes with experience. Inside on Burley.
Well, Ted Lilly's had enough experience in this game. I'm sure that wasn't the first time he didn't get a call that he felt should have gone his direction. Has an opportunity here with Burley at the plate to get the second out of the inning and hopefully keep Toby Hall at second base.
Well, it goes back to what Ted and Larry Rothschild have talked a lot about, and that is the incredible amount of focus on every single pitch that you throw in a baseball game. And we've seen numerous examples, not only Cubs but pitchers on other teams, where a bad call, a bad error snowballs into a 5 or 6 run inning.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for every pitch you throw, whether it's to set up the next pitch or to set up the next 2 or 3 pitches or to set up the next hitter. The guys that tend to just stand out there and fire the ball somewhere toward the catcher, they usually don't have the kind of success that their stuff would indicate they should have.
Pop foul behind the screen. For the first time this year, Ozzie can't sit there and go, well, I think Burley might be done on the mound. He has to think about, do I need a hitter in this situation? Completely different managerial game in a National League park. Deciding to let Burley hit. That is foul. Ooh, boy, that was close. Looked like Michael, he had the mask, and well, you can't touch it if it's in fair territory with that mask in your hand.
And I think he did make contact with the baseball. Fortunately for the Cubs, it appeared to be in foul territory. Ball is chopped off the dirt right in front of home plate. Has a little backspin. Ooh.
I'm going to have to pull out my rule book again.
Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah. And that ball was still moving.
Yeah.
When it hit his mask. You can't use that mask as a glove. It's not allowed.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it doesn't make any difference if the ball is fair or foul.
I agree with you. Outside, he's run it full. Burley making Ted Lilly work to get him. Runner at second, 1 out. Toby Hall with a leadoff double. Struck him out looking. Let's check in on today's Honda Civic game summary. Michael Barrett tying it up with a home run out into left center. That was in the second inning. That made it a 1-1 game, and then Jermaine Dye coming right back with 2 outs in the third. And that's been it for the scoring to this point. Today's Honda Civic game summary. Get performance and save gas. Test drive a new Civic at your Honda dealer today. First run came on the Uribe sac fly in the top of the second. This would be a nice escape here for Lilly if he can get out of the inning. He had a man at second with no outs. Cubs had that situation in the 4th inning and could not score against Burley. They had 2 on with 1 out. First and third, in fact, in the 6th. But Burley escaped. He wiggled off the proverbial hook. Santo coming up with our 7th inning stretch. He'll handle the duties from the Cubs radio booth today. Happy to be out of Shea Stadium, that's for sure. And back here in the friendly confines. 3-1. Michael Wirtz starting to throw in the Cubs bullpen. Good breaking ball in there for a strike.
Erstad has struggled against left-handed pitching this season. Coming into today, only 3 for 30 against left-handers. 0 for 3 so far in the ball game against Ted Lilly. But this is a guy that is dangerous, even though the numbers don't reflect his ability to hit left-handers. With runners in scoring position, this is a dangerous hitter right here.
Getting on their feet for a 3-2 pitch. Line foul. Skipping up the seats.
Boy, it should be interesting if Erstad should get a base hit into the outfield. Soriano with 5 assists on the season. We know he gets to the ball quickly, gets rid of the ball quickly, and has been very accurate. Same thing for Angel Pagan in center. Matt Merton playing a lot deeper in right field with the left-handed hitting Erstad at the plate. But the slow runner at second base should make it interesting.
Line shot. Soriano can't get it. And Toby Hall is going to score easily. Darren Erstad lacing one over Soriano in left center. And it's now 3-1.
With first base open, it initially looked like Lilly was pitching around Erstad, but when he got back in the sequence, he decided to try to put him away, and Erstad slices one to left field. Well, just over the glove of Soriano as he tries to extend out there near the warning track in straightaway left.
Two-out double. And the White Sox now lead by a pair. was kind of almost like a deep humpback liner hit by Erstad. Very little hang time. Matt Merton will haul it in. Ron Santo coming up with our 7th inning stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Cubs legend Ron Santo.
All right, you Cub fans, it's not over yet. Let's hear you. On 1, on 2, on 3. Me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Road group for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2. Red Sox are out at the old ball game. Yeah, let me hear you. Let's get some run.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging, an original old-world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
For my sport, the only sunscreen is Coppertone Sport.
It's non-greasy, so I won't lose my grip.
And it doesn't run in my eyes, no matter how hard I sweat.
Coppertone Sport, high-performance sunscreens.
Get your temperature rising. Late nights on Superstation WGN. First, join the fabulous foursome of Sex and the City. Then make an appointment with the doctors that have some serious bedside manner. Be sure to follow up with Becker.
Nice job by Ron Santo with our 7th inning stretch.
With feeling.
Well, he's the biggest Cub fan in the world, as Pat Hughes has said. There's no former player of any team who's been a bigger fan of that franchise as Ron Santo has been and is and will always be with the Chicago Cubs. 1-1 to Merton. Cubs now down 2. Way up in the air. And Torero put his right hand back. I wasn't sure if he was up near the ivy. Boy, if Merton straightens that out, it's on Waveland. But he didn't.
He's hit a few balls lately that he just got under. Hit some towering fly balls to center field at Shea Stadium, and that time a towering fly ball to left field. Just missed squaring it up. He hits out of that somewhat exaggerated crouch, more so than any other hitter in the Cubs lineup, and occasionally he gets underneath the ball like that, and he'd like to really see him square one of those up one time.
There's Torres flailing at that pitch. 1-1. Well, the White Sox keeping a streak alive. Their starters have gone at least 6 innings in 23 consecutive games. Foul past third. And played by bullpen catcher Corey Miller, protecting Edgar Tovar in the bullpen. 1 o'clock Central Time on Sunday. Hawk and DJ with a call. White Sox and Cubs. Contreras against Zambrano. It'll be a battle of opening day starters. Zambrano coming off his best outing of the year, and Contreras pitching on 3 days rest. Broken bat, and Burley will flip to Konerko. Quickly 2 down.
Burley starting to pitch to those lanes. There has been throughout the day, not starting to, he has been throwing to those lanes where you get a predictable result. You throw that fastball on that lane just inside of the outside corner to a right-handed hitter, and that ball has a little bit of movement away from the hitter. You're going to get a ground ball to the right side, usually right at the second baseman.
So Henry Blanco now batting. for Ted Lilly. The only other right-handed hitter available, Derek Lee. And Lou's going to save Derek in case he needs him for one big swing.
It was good to see Derek Lee out running on the field earlier today. Did some sliding into bases, took some ground balls, took some batting practice. Still not near 100% as you heard Lou Piniella talk about earlier, but hopefully with the day full of treatment today, Derek could possibly be in that lineup tomorrow.
And Ted Lilly continues to be a tough luck pitcher as far as run support is concerned. Cubs giving him just one run while he was in the ballgame today. Blanco walks, although if they can score some runs here in this inning, it would technically be with Lilly in the ballgame before the bullpen takes over. Hey, Cub fans, win great Cub prizes in the Bud Light Ultimate Cub Fan Sweepstakes. Look for specially marked 24 packs of Bud Light, Budweiser, and Bud Select. You could win Bud Light bleacher tickets, Cubs t-shirts, a private rooftop for a Cubs game, an HD home theater system, or the grand prize of 2 Cubs season tickets for the 2008 season. Bud Light and Chicago Cubs baseball, always worth it. One Ontario. A walk to Blanco, the second of the day for Burley. Here he comes. Blooped into right. Inning continues. 2-out walk and then a single.
Ryan Theriot, a Cub hitter that continues to do his best work late in a ball game. Seems like he's been getting most of his base hits from the 7th inning on. That time just a little floater into right field to keep the inning going. That's going to force Ozzie to make a decision, and he's already done that.
Right-hander Mike McDougall will head toward the mound. Mark Burley done for the afternoon. And he goes 6 2/3 today. Leads with 2 men on. Cubs threatening. They trail by 2 in the 7th.
From the night I went to the prom by myself to my 18th birthday party where all my ex-boyfriends showed up. It's all right here in the diary of me.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice, a clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Try new Turtle Wax Ice Liquid Clay Bar to deep clean and restore your car's finish in one easy step.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
Waffles and soft serve are hooking up? Huh. I hooked up once. She was an ear. They were made for each other. Waffles and soft serve. In the chocolate-covered strawberry waffle bowl sundae at Dairy Queen. Do one.
From the right side versus Burley.
10 walks in 14 and a third innings pitched.
That's a fair ball for Pagan. Blanco's going to come around and score. Ryan Terrio's going to be sent. Here comes a throw. It's going to be way late. Cut off by Konerko. Angel Pagan with a triple to tie it. It's 3-3. That man is red hot.
Well, you know, that Angel Pagan was kind of the odd man out when Alfonso Soriano was penciled in to be the everyday center fielder. Felix Piet later came up, played a lot of center field. We've seen Jock Jones in center field, and Angel Pagan making a case for his inclusion on a regular basis to that starting lineup.
A two-run triple. His third hit of the afternoon.
Be ready to react on a wild pitch. We mentioned McDougal with 10 walks in 14 and a third. He can lose that strike zone in an instant.
He swung by Soriano on a slider and he couldn't find it. So Mark Burley giving up 3 runs today. The pitching lines will be very similar between Burley and Lilly. Pagan has done it from both sides of the plate today. 2 hits, righty. The game-tying 2-run triple, left-handed. And remember, he hit 2 home runs against the White Sox last year in this ballpark. Cubs now trying to take the lead. The 2-1 to Soriano. 2-2. Third career triple for Pagan, his first this year. The pitch. Kicks away. Pagan's going to try to score. Here's a throw. Save. 4-3. Ball got away from Hall, and Pagan scored pretty easily. The throw went past the pitcher.
Well, you can almost feel this coming. You got a catcher coming back off a rehab assignment. You have a wild pitcher on the mound. Never quite sure where that breaking ball is going to end up.
Base hit into center. Boy, just like that. It goes from 3-1 White Sox to 4-3 Cubs.
Yeah, that's called a wild pitch. It probably should have been a pass ball. Toby Hall was right there. The ball didn't appear to hit in the dirt. He just reacted slowly to a slider that was pulled off of the outside corner and wasn't able to make the play. This has been McDougal's history throughout his career. A tremendous arm, overpowering stuff. Just very inconsistent with his release point. Not always sure where the ball's going.
Don Cooper out, trying to settle him down.
You mentioned Lem Pagan just continues to ride the hot streak. Picks on the first pitch he sees, a fastball in the inside part of the plate, hooks it down into that right field corner. Blanco scores easily. Ryan Terrio motoring all the way around from first base. And Pagan with his speed cruising into third with a triple.
Buried in the dirt. Forget what I said about run support. Cubs are giving Ted Lilly all kinds of run support today. And he has a chance now for a win. Give Henry Blanco a lot of credit, Bob. 2 outs. He took a walk as a pinch hitter. Ryan Terrio always seems to keep the line moving with a single, and then Pagan with a big 2-run triple. Everything happening after 2 were gone. And a beleaguered Cubs bullpen. It's up to them the rest of the way. Bob Howard and Michael Wirtz. Michael was very good yesterday. A chance for redemption this afternoon. The Hank White fan club watching very attentively today, and you know they were very excited about that walk and subsequent run. He scored right in front of Terrio on the 2-run triple. I think the fan club is growing. Hit foul by Ramirez.
The hamstring for Alfonso Soriano has kind of been a day-to-day proposition. Some days look much better than others, but I'd like to see him on the move right here. Ramirez in a 2-strike count. Chances are he'll get that slider down low and away, and the Cubs want to test the arm of Toby Hall anyway.
Ground ball, diving stop, and Ozuna will throw over to Konerko. Gets by him. Soriano's going to head toward third. Konerko will not make a throw. Well, the inning is still alive. It'll be a single for Ramirez and an error, I believe, on Ozuna, allowing Soriano to get from second to third.
Ramirez kind of leaning out of the box as he made contact there. That's going to make it a close play at first, especially after Ozuna has to leave his feet to knock that ball down. Kind of spins around blindly and makes that throw to first base in the dirt to Konerko, who cannot come up with it.
It's his third hit of the day. White Sox came in second in the American League in fielding percentage. They've committed 2 errors. Swing and a miss by Michael Barrett. Well, Ron Santos said it's not over yet during the stretch. And a furious comeback as the Cubs have the lead.
Back in the second inning of this ball game, Michael Barrett touching up Mark Burley. A deep home run into the bleachers in left field for Barrett, his 6th home run of the season.
First time the Cubs have had the lead today with a 3-run 7th. Soriano the runner at third. Ramirez across the way at first. The 0-2 pitch knocked down by Hall.
Toby Hall's going to get plenty of work this inning catching Mike McDougal. Every other slider that he throws ends up in the dirt.
Comes a 1-2. He struck him out swinging, and the inning is over, but a very productive one for the Cubs, highlighted by Angel Pagan. He's going to get a huge ovation from the bleacher rights. It's 4-3.
From the night I went to the prom by myself to my 18th birthday party where all my ex-boyfriends showed up. It's all right here in the diary of me, Moesha Mitchell. Occupation, teenager.
Her name is Brandy. Her show is Moesha. Her message?
Follow your own star.
Weekdays at 5 on Superstation WGN.
Fast-acting Roundup. So effective, it even beats the weather. Roundup kills to the root, and it's so fast, nothing stops it, not even the rain. Roundup. Faster, better, rainproof.
Waffles and soft serve are hooking up? Huh. I hooked up once. She was an ear. Wow. They were made for each other. Waffles and soft serve. In the chocolate-covered strawberry waffle bowl sundae at Dairy Queen. Do one.
When your in-home disasters become America's biggest laughter.
We've got it all caught on tape. Every weeknight, you get all the hilarious moments of AFE. Even when things go extremely wrong, laughter makes it oh so right. It's the cranks, pranks, and all-out stupid maneuvers that make Monday nights a splash. Join Tom Bergeron as he brings you the ultimate in reality television.
Common sense is the enemy of comedy. My new motto, stop thinking, start taping.
It's a knockdown, flipped around good time. So when life gets a little crazy, remember to take some time to laugh. America's Funniest Home Videos. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on Superstation WGN. It's great to be home.
Let's take a look at our upcoming Cubs and Sox high-definition broadcast schedule, sponsored by Comcast. Sox and Cubs again on Sunday at 1 o'clock on WGN with Hawk and DJ on the call. The Sox host the A's Tuesday night on WCIU at 7, and the Devil Rays Saturday, May 26th on WGN Sports at 6. 2007 Cubs and Sox baseball in HD, sponsored by Comcast. Angel Pagan. We've seen a lot of playing time in center, and that will likely continue. Knocked in the tying runs, scored the go-ahead run. Bob Howery, former member of the White Sox, working against Jermaine Dye.
And Pagan, another guy who's played stellar defense out there in center field. It's kind of gone unnoticed, but covers a lot of ground.
By the way, the wild pitch charged to McDougal, allowing Pagan to score the go-ahead run, has been changed, and Toby Hall has been charged with a passed ball.
Well, I have to agree with that call. It was a bad pitch, there's no question about it, but the pitch did not go into the dirt. Hall reached across his body and was just a little lackadaisical getting the glove over there to try to corral that bad slider.
Lefty Will Oman.
This is the pitch we're talking about when Pagan was able to score from third base. McDougal jerking a slider off the outside corner. And Hall just reaching across right there, doesn't shift his body, just tries to reach his left arm over there to make the play. It tips off his glove and goes to the backstop, allowing Pagan to score. Usually the rule of thumb is if the pitch is in the dirt, it's a wild pitch. If it gets there in the air, it's a pass ball, unless it is a really bad pitch. Oh, no. Boy, not a good place to keep that throwing hand with nobody on base. This is why catchers started to put that meat hand behind their back. Fortunately, you could see Michael had his hand very relaxed, had his fingers curled so that none of the fingertips were exposed. Man, sometimes you just get a little forgetful back there behind the plate. You call the pitch, you're anxious to see if your pitcher can deliver it in the location you're looking for it, and you forget to tuck that right hand away.
Well, he's doing it now. And a 2-2. Struck him out. Good fastball from Bob Howery.
Well located fastball is still the best pitch in baseball. Little comeback sinker just off the outside corner, tailing back to the corner right at the knees. Yeah, that pitch after getting whacked with a foul tip, he tucks it behind that right calf to make sure it's out of the line of fire.
Panerco with nobody on and one out. Well, no matter how it plays out the rest of the way, I think one of the big headlines in the paper tomorrow is going to be the Cubs bullpen. It's been one of the big stories lately, and not for a good reason. Overall, the bullpen had a very rough road trip, but a chance here to start this series by holding on to a victory. Lined at Ramirez. He didn't have to move at all. A 2 down.
Positioned perfectly. Didn't even have to move his feet. Barely had to come up out of his crouch. He was in down there at third base. Chest high line drive. Easy out.
Well, I'll use your line. I mean, the past is the past. You talk so much, Bob, about the rhythm of a season, forgetting about yesterday, whether you blow a save, go 0 for 5, hit 3 home runs. Anything can happen the following day, and anybody can be in a position to come up with a huge hit or need to get a big out. And that's the situation now for the Cubs pen.
Every day is a turning point. Could turn in a good direction, could turn in a bad direction. But the fact is, you're going to get opportunities. Cubs pitching, as good as the starters have been this year, complete games are going to be rare over the course of the season. That bullpen is going to be very important. They're just going to have to find a way to right the ship, get their confidence back more than anything else.
Well, the line on Ted Lilly, 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs. So another quality start for the Cubs left-hander. That's 8 out of 9. Way outside.
And the third run that scored against Ted Lilly, you may recall, he thought he had Toby Hall struck out on a 2-strike pitch. Didn't get the call from Ed Hickox behind home plate. Hall doubled on the next pitch. Lilly proceeded to strike out the next 2 hitters before giving up the Darren Erstad double to drive home Toby Hall, a guy that probably shouldn't even have been on base.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Now the 8th inning was Bob Howry's last year. It's been a struggle at times, but he goes 1-2-3 against the White Sox today, for the time being preserving that 1-run lead.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares even farther. Visit southwest.com.
I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's just, it's jammed or something.
What are you doing?
Step back.
Please.
What are you doing in my car?
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines, you can fly from Chicago Midway to Long Island for just $39 one way.
You are now free to move about the country.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
In a remote Italian village nestled in the Tuscan hillside, you'll find a quaint little place known for its chicken crostina recipe. It's an Olive Garden. Actually, it's our cooking school, where our chefs learn the secrets of Italian cooking. Like how a potato Parmesan crust seals in the chicken's flavor, and how linguine best captures the flavors of garlic butter sauce. Enjoy our amazing chicken crostina tonight, a little closer to home, at your Olive Garden.
The tears, the talent, and the outtakes. American Idol Rewind. Saturdays on Superstation WGN.
The producer of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is Pete Toma. Skip Ellison, our director. Mark Brady, our associate producer. Great job producing Showdown in the City as well. The executive producer of WGN Sports, Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Angie Adocchio, our studio coordinator back at WGN, Jeff Carrier, and a wonderful crew here at Wrigley Field. Google's still working to Mark DeRosa. We'd also like to thank our production assistant, Andy Rohr, going out in style today with our crosstown showdown. Today, Andy's last game with us. We wish him the best, handing over the reins to Ben Heisler. He'll be with us the rest of the year. So, Andy, again, great job, and we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, Andy set the bar pretty high for Ben. One and one on the Cubs' first baseman today, Mark DeRosa.
Did I hear tack on runs, or was that just in my head?
I think it was just in your head.
We talked about it the other day, and the Cubs did add on in a big way. And with Ryan Dempster getting ready for the 9th, we would love to give him more than a 1-run lead. Going to beat Dempster in the 9th. Flared right center and a base hit.
Time now for our Bud Light fan cam. A little fun with the Cubs Sox love affair. This is Girlfriend from Avril Lavigne. Tongue-in-cheek look on today's Bud Light fan cam. Always worth it. That makes you want to dance, doesn't it?
Well, you were dancing. Runner at first, no outs. In the first 5 innings, the Cubs had 3 hits, scored 1 run on the home run by Barrett. Since the 6th, 7 hits, 3 runs. Bounced up the middle, base hit. First and second. It may not come down to this, but the Cubs need vast improvements in their 1-run decision department. They're 2-9 coming in, but they're trying to make it a 2- or 3-run lead here in the 8th inning.
Matt Merton with a clean ground ball back up the middle of the field. You would expect his tours to be bunting in this situation. Ryan Dempster warming up. Bob Howery will be taken down for a pinch hitter. Ozzie does have a lefty warming up down there in the bullpen. This could be where we see Derek Lee.
Torres knocked down. And he's squaring to bunt. He has to dust himself off.
Boy, don't relax when you're up there to bunt in a sack situation. You got to keep that flex in your legs. Be ready to get out of the way. That fastball just kept cutting up and into his Torres. Almost got him. Yeah, if Cliff Floyd is announced as the pinch hitter for the pitcher spot, and he is in the on-deck circle, we will see that lefty out of the bullpen for the White Sox, at which point Lou could go to Derek Lee in that situation.
It's a called strike, and the throw kicks away, and both runners will move up. And the Cubs don't mind at all adjusting their game plan now. Error number 3 on the White Sox.
Boy, and Toby Hall hesitated. You see that one extra step right there while he was giving Uribe an opportunity to get to the bag. And he ends up spiking the ball in the dirt at second base. Uribe could not block it. That serves the purpose of a perfect sac bunt, and you don't record an out.
A tough day for Toby Hall behind the plate in his White Sox debut. 2 errors and a pass ball. Everybody in. 1-1 to his Torres. He's away.
And McDougal's control is no better now than we uncorked that pass ball in the last inning to allow Pagan to score a run. He heads up down there third.
Cliff Floyd on deck in Howery's spot. It's the first time he's been involved in the Cubs-Sox rivalry. McDougal with the sign. And the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. So here comes the Chicago native Cliff Floyd.
Good put away slider that time for McDougal. Starts it on the inside third of the plate, breaks it off the corner inside. His tour swings right over the top.
Special for him in a lot of ways.
Number 15, Cliff Floyd.
And he's not going to face Mike McDougal. Cliff Floyd telling Dan Roan in a Showdown in the City, his hero growing up was Harold Baines. 4-3 Cubs, second and third, one out in the eighth.
How long is this gonna last? I'm ready to hit the Bud Light. I already took care of it.
Say, well, all right, now we are gathered here today to join in marriage, Bob and Julie. Bob, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? Do I hear and I do, I do, do I hear and I do?
I do.
Julie, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? Do I hear and I do, I do, do I hear and I do?
I do.
Going once, going twice, and now pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss the bride.
And away we go. Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
So what I owe you? 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 175, 200, 200 and a quarter.
Congratulations! You've launched the pink slip virus. Your office is now infected. They'll soon trace it back to you. Good luck finding a new job. Congratulations!
Want to get away? Now you can. Hurry, our internet sale is available just a little bit longer. Fly Southwest Airlines to 63 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99.
You are now free to move about the country.
You're messing with the wrong guy.
We're up to 1 million hits.
Sweet! Who is it?
Chuck Norris.
Yeah, right.
Left-hander Boone Logan called upon to face Cliff Floyd with runners at second and third and one out in the eighth inning.
This will be Cliff's sixth at bat of the season against left-handed pitching. He's 2 for 5 coming into play today. Has also drawn a walk when he's faced lefties.
Key information: Boone Logan lost a pregame on-field cow milking contest to Brandon Wood prior to the Sox-Angels game on May 4th.
It's all on the wrist. It helps if you bond with the cow first.
Here's a pitch to Floyd. Fastball strike at 95. DeRosa at third. Merton is at second. Home team trying to add on. That's going to be fielded by Uribe. He's going to throw to third, and they do get Merton. No! Safe. So everybody's safe. DeRosa scoring is 5-3. And then Cliff Floyd is on. At Baltimore chopped, and Uribe felt he had one play at third.
It's actually a very alert play by Juan Uribe. He realized the only chance he had was to get Matt Merton going into third base. Merton, I don't think he knew the play was going to be at third. You see Ozuna couldn't come up with the ball. Merton called safe after initially being called out.
Now the ball got out of the glove of Ozuna. Inside. fielder's choice RBI. And an error on Ozuna. The 4th error for the White Sox. Again, Cliff Floyd does get an RBI. 1st and 3rd. With Terrio at the plate. And a 2-0 count on him. 5-3 Cubs. Uribe does get an assist if you are scoring at home. And Ozuna gets the error. Offense has really come to life in the late innings. Former Cub hard-throwing right-hander David Ardsma. Ozuna going to throw to second to get one. The relay throw is late. Terrio speed beat it. He'll get an RBI. So it's now 6-3.
Ball hit on a couple of bounces to Ozuna at third base. He really takes his time to get rid of the ball to Iguchi, and with Ryan Terrio's speed, he's going to leg that out easily at first base. Cliff Floyd tries to do everything he can to take Iguchi out of the play, knowing that if he breaks up that double play, the Cubs get another run.
Nice exchange between Cliff Floyd and Lou Piniella. Hitters contributing today. Henry Blanco with a big 2-out walk to keep the 7th inning rally alive. Floyd with the RBI fielder's choice. And a huge afternoon for Angel Pagan. Logan ready for a 1-1 pitch. Fouled back to the barrier. Well, there aren't too many left-handed relievers who throw in the mid-90s. We just saw one in New York, Billy Wagner, but not too many guys like Wagner and Boone Logan. He hit 95 on one of his first pitches. At the time 92.
And Logan with a very smooth delivery. The ball kind of sneaks up on you. Not only does he have good velocity, but it appears to be quicker than it really is.
40,874 packed into Wrigley Field. Ryan Dempster yesterday was entrusted with a 4-run lead. He came in. It was not a safe situation. He was charged with 5. And as the Mets came back, he'll have at least a 3-run lead today.
Good battle here for Angel Pagan, staying alive. Got a piece of that slider, late breaking slider, down and in. Just does stay alive. I think Ryan Terrio would like to run down there at first base. He just hasn't gotten a real good read on Boone Logan's move. He's been leaning back toward first base on that last delivery to home plate.
High pop fly toward the White Sox bullpen. It's going to drop untouched. A rough line for Mike McDougal today. 2/3 of an inning. 5 hits, charged with 3 runs. And no A.J. Pierzynski today. Been a very busy day for Toby Hall back to the plate. He's been charged with 2 errors and a pass ball. Foul tipped into the glove. So Pagan strikes out. It's 6-3 as we go to the 9th inning from Wrigley Field. Cubs leading the Sox.
Pete, Julie, Link. 3 undercover cops with nothing in common except a whole lot of attitude.
No gun.
Shut up!
Is this all the cops do?
We can go get some donuts.
Claire Danes, Omar Epps, Giovanni Ribisi, the Mod Squad.
Saturday at 3 Eastern.
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood Aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Who's counting on your brakes today? At Midas, lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
The latest Turtle Wax breakthrough in car polish is Clear. Crystal Clear Turtle Wax Ice. A clarified synthetic carnauba that performs like no other polish or wax. Ice leaves no white residue on trim or in seams.
I had no residue whatsoever. It was perfect.
Clear and deep, and it really brings out the shine.
Now, your choice is clear. New Crystal Clear Ice from Turtle Wax. World leader through innovation.
Try new Turtle Wax Ice Liquid Clay Bar to deep clean and restore your car's finish in one easy step.
Well, it's Ryan Dempster here in the 9th inning. This is a save opportunity. He begins the 9th with the Cubs leading by 3. 6-3. 5 of their runs coming in the last 2 innings. Jock Jones is now playing right. First pitch, strike. You know, Bob, I was talking with one of the Cubs beat reporters yesterday just kind of about this series and all the hoopla surrounding it and everything that happens before the game. And nothing that really happens before the game matters. And the writer said to me, these games write themselves. They write their own stories. And you think about all the storylines throughout this ball game today. From the Cubs' perspective, Angel Pagan with a huge day. The bullpen, Ted Lilly battling through and a chance for a win. Pop foul by Uribe. And on the White Sox side, pretty loose day defensively. They have committed 4 errors. Rob Makoviak is on deck.
I'm sure there'll be some second guessing of Ozzie Guillen starting Toby Hall behind the plate today, his first game back from his rehab assignment. I know a lot of the Sox fans were hoping to see A.J. Pierzynski behind home plate just for drama's sake. But the bottom line is Ozzie Guillen has to manage his team for 162 regular season games. And, you know, granted, this is a big series and the fans certainly focus on it when the season starts. This is one of the first series everybody looks at. But, you know, Ozzie's got a lot of ball games to worry about, and he's got to take care of all 25 players on his roster. And yeah, he felt it was in AJ's best interest to have a seat against a tough left-hander in Ted Lilly, and he also needs to get Toby Hall involved in the action.
Busted bat fly ball to left. Soriano with a hop and the catch.
Dempster splits Uribe's bat in half lengthwise. Little hop, skip, and a jump out there by Soriano as he makes the catch.
Now the Oaklawn native, Rob Makoviak. Good heat from Dempster. couple of outings ago had maybe his best stuff of the year. He didn't yesterday, but the stuff looks very crisp, throwing strikes.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ryan yesterday, he had the worst possible day a reliever could have. He either missed the strike zone by such a margin that the Mets hitters weren't thinking about swinging at it, or he threw pitches right down the middle of the plate. Just one of those days. Couldn't seem to command his pitches around the edges of the strike zone, and the Mets made him pay.
He's ahead of Makoviak. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There he comes again, outside. Hey, before we go off the air, we want to congratulate Scott Skiles and the Chicago Bulls on a fantastic season. Great comeback to get back into their series against Detroit. Came up short last night as the Pistons ended the series with a win, but a great year for the Chicago Bulls.
Absolutely.
Swing and a miss. 2 down. That's 9 strikeouts for the Cubs pitchers today. 6 by Lilly, 2 by Bob Howery, and Dempster right there.
Much better command today. Throwing that sinker around the bottom of the knees and then elevates a fastball, gets the swinging strike on Makoviak.
Another pinch hitter. Ryan Sweeney. A.J. Przinsky's on deck, but he will only bat if Sweeney reaches. Dempster ready. A 1-1 pitch. Shank foul. 1 strike away. Vasquez, Marquis tomorrow. Contreras, Zambrano on Sunday. The 1-2 is high. Win. A come-from-behind win for the Chicago Cubs today. At one point, they trailed 3-1. They scored 3 in the 7th. The bullpen, perfect. Bob Howery and Ryan Dempster, each with a perfect inning of work. And Ted Lilly gets the win. He deserved it today. Angel Pagan, one of the offensive heroes, and maybe the best win of the year. You like them all, but this one feels extra good. Extra good, especially because of the job by the bullpen today, closing it out by Ryan Dempster. Stuff much better today, much crisper today. Couldn't have scripted it any better for Lou Piniella in his first experience with the Crosstown Classic. Well, he'll be asked about this rivalry, and afterwards I'm sure he'll say, I like it as long as we keep winning. And what a day for Angel. He had 3 hits. The big 2-run triple to tie it, scored the eventual winning run on a pass ball in the 7th inning. Here's the final pitch of the game. Ryan Dempster.
Boy, and any closer will tell you the first thing they want to do after a bad outing is get right back on that mound again the next day with an opportunity to save the ball game. And Dempster looked like a completely different pitcher today.
So the Cubs are within 2 of the 500 mark at 19 and 21. And now 6.5 out in the Central. Angel Pagan is with us. Well, you hit 2 home runs, your first 2 home runs in one game against the White Sox last year here, and a huge day today. Angel, congratulations. We got to talk about the triple. How about the at-bat in the 7th inning?
Oh my God, that was big, you know. After the loss we had yesterday, you know, we just forgot about that and just play hard again, and a big win right here.
You know, Angel, your defense in center field has kind of gone unnoticed. We talked about it during the telecast. You know, they tried Alfonso out there earlier. They decided to move him back to left field. Your good friend Felix P.A. played some center field. Jock Jones has played some center field, but there's no question watching you, that's where you feel comfortable playing.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm a natural center fielder. That's where I played my whole minor career, and, you know, they gave me the opportunity to play for the team, and I'm just playing as hard as I can.
Angel, on what side of the plate are you most comfortable? I mean, you did it from both sides today, the right and the left.
Oh my God, I can't tell you that. You know, sometimes I feel great from the right side, sometimes from the left. I just try to do the best I can, and you know, for the team every day.
How about the atmosphere in this ballpark today?
Oh my God, I love it. It's beautiful. You can see. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Hey, let's go back to yesterday. I know the Cubs lost, but you hit a home run against the Mets. On a personal level, how did that feel? You'd spent so many years in the Mets organization.
I mean, it felt great, you know, because I was looking forward to play them and show them what I had, you know. And, I mean, after the game was over that we lost, you know, I felt like I was 0 for 4. But, I mean, it was a great feeling by the time I hit it, though.
So our Bud play of the game today is going to be your triple to tie it, and then you score. Were you going the whole way on that pass ball?
Oh yeah, you know I know Mike McDowell, you know, it's a pretty wild pitch. You know, it's a great pitcher, but you know I know he throws the slider in the dirt because I faced him in Puerto Rico, and that's what he did. You know, he threw a slider, you know, a wild pitch, so I just took advantage of it and scored.
Well, Angel, a great performance today. Go enjoy it, and we'll look forward to tomorrow's ball game.
Thank you very much, guys.
That's Cubs center fielder Angel Pagan as the Cubs beat the White Sox in come-from-behind fashion. The W flag flying atop Wrigley Field today, 6-3 Cubs.
You kissed my wife.
It was like an accidental lip bump, like, oops.
Oh!
On the next Scrubs, Turk says he's over it.
And I'm actually going to be okay with this.
But in his mind,
we still need you to know how innocent that kiss was.
Don't even worry about it.
Their lips keep coming back for more. Next Scrubs, tonight at 11:30 Eastern.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
Hi, can you tell me, how are the rooms at that hotel?
Very nice curtains and TV as video games.
Uh-huh. And the rooms at your hotel?
There's a bed and some tables.
Right.
Want to talk to someone who really knows hotels? Call the experts at Hotels.com. They've got the inside scoop on over 70,000 properties. They're available 24/7, and they'll always find you the best price guaranteed. Just log on or call 800-2HOTELS now. Hotels.com. We know hotels inside and out.
Parents, step away from the controls. Let your kids fill their cup with 6 different sodas and eat pizza topped with macaroni and cheese. Attaboy. CC's, the endless pizza, pasta, salad, and dessert buffet for under $5.
Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
For the Cubs, 6 runs on 11 hits, no errors, 8 men left. For the White Sox, 3 runs on 6 hits, 4 big errors, and 5 men left on base. The winning pitcher, Ted Lilly. He improves to 4-2. He's also 5-2 in his career against the White Sox. Another quality performance today. 7 innings, 3 runs. Mike McDougal takes the loss in relief. He drops to 1-1. And Ryan Dempster with a perfect 9. His 9th save, 2 hours, 32 minutes, 40,874. Home runs today for the Cubs. Barrett with his 6th, Dye with his 8th. Well, one of the big headlines again is going to be the bullpen work, and Ryan Dempster did the job in the 9th.
Well, up and down that roller coaster, at least as far as the media and the fans are concerned. But Ryan Dempster, as you well know, Len, has always had a pretty steady attitude, a pretty steady approach to his craft, and he understands he's going to have good days and bad days. Yesterday was a bad day. Today was a good day.
Lou Piniella liking what he saw today. The Cubs beat the White Sox 6-3.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Nick McMurdy chose a Carrier Infinity system because it can save him up to 56% on cooling costs. Here he explains the technology that makes it possible. So maybe Nick can't explain what makes his Carrier system the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system you can buy. Frankly, why should he? That's our job. Carrier, turn to the experts.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
Chase Freedom. It feels like no other credit card in the world. And it works like no other card, too. Feel free to choose cash back. And then change to points. And then change again, all with the same card and without losing a thing. That's freedom. Chase Freedom. Get it free at chase.com/freedom.
Well, on a beautiful day today here in Chicago, the Cubs beating the White Sox 6-3. And our next baseball telecast on WGN Sports, a Sox broadcast Sunday at 1 o'clock from right here at Wrigley for the Cubs-Sox series finale. Hawk and DJ will have the call. Jose Contreras, Carlos Zambrano, great pitching matchup, a couple of opening day starters. Bob and I will be back on WGN Sports Wednesday night from Petco Park in San Diego. We'll hit the air at 9 o'clock Central Time. Our 60th year of bringing you Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. Baseball like it ought to be. Once again, our final today, the Cubs 6, the White Sox 3. So now for my partner, Bob Brenly, Pete Thomas, Skip Ellison, Mark Brady, Bob Borwald, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. More to come. It's the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show next.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. Comcast. Catch more Cubs home games in HD on Comcast Digital Cable. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV today. The Illinois Lottery. No matter how you play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. And by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, Southwest can get you there with over 3,000 nonstop daily flights to over 60 destinations. Visit southwest.com today.
What up, P?
Yo, I got an idea.
Why does that bother you?
Why does it bother me? So easy a caveman can do it?
Well, it's just a commercial.
Okay. Well, what if it said Geico.com, so easy a therapist can do it?
Well, that commercial wouldn't make sense to me.
Why not?
Well, therapists are...
Are what? Smart? My mother's calling. I'll put it on speaker.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Garden Claw Gold, adjust to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Who's counting on your brakes today? At Midas, lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
America's funniest home videos, weeknights on Superstation WGN.
This is the Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show, brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevrolet dealers.
Cub fans very happy today as they get into the weekend knowing the Cubs have won the opening game of this series against the White Sox. And really, it's exactly the kind of win the Cubs needed today. They actually had to come from behind. They scored the final 5 runs of the game. It's what the Mets did yesterday to them. And they beat the White Sox 6-3 the final. Well, let's start with Ted Lilly today. Maybe didn't have his best stuff of the year, but he battled. He kept his team in the game, and they finally got the lead as he was taken out, and he gets the win today.
You know, when you think about it, he gave up the 2-out home run to Jermaine Dye. The only other 2 runs that the White Sox scored in this game came when they got the leadoff man of the inning on base. This is a struggling offensive ball club on the first base side of the field, and if you keep that leadoff hitter off base, it really limits what they can do offensively in an inning.
And then you get into what the Cubs did in the 7th inning. Right after Ron Santos said, let's get some runs. This game is not over. We start with Henry Blanco with the walk. It all happened with 2 outs. Ryan Theriot always seems to be in the middle of things, and Angel Pagan has been right with him here lately.
Well, and you like to see that. I mean, there are obvious guys in the Cubs lineup that you expect contributions from. Derek Lee, Aramis Ramirez, Alfonso Soriano, but the reality is if you're going to have a good season, you need everybody to contribute at some point or another. And right now, Angel Pagan is swinging a real hot bat.
And this was, what, game 40 of the year for the Cubs. Really, on game 1, this is the kind of bullpen setup Lou Piniella wanted. You go with your starter through 7, Bob Howery in the 8th, Ryan Dempster in the 9th. We haven't really seen this alignment very often because of some struggles, but this is the kind of day that Lou loves to see.
Well, you know, it was a stable ball game. That's the best way I can put it. The guys did what they were supposed to do in a manner which you expect them to do it, and hopefully that'll go a long way towards settling down that bullpen unrest.
Let's check out the highlights from game 1 of this series. And the White Sox started the scoring in the 2nd inning. On a breaking ball that was up a little bit, Juan Uribe with a sac fly. Paul Konerko scoring. It was 1-0. But 2 batters into the bottom of the 2nd. Michael Barrett with a home run to left center, his 6th of the year, his 2nd career home run against Mark Burley. And we're back to even 1-1. But then in the 3rd inning, with 2 outs, Jermaine Dye starting to heat up after a slow start this year. 4 RBIs yesterday against the Yankees and a go-ahead home run in the 3rd. And the White Sox were hoping that that was going to hold up. They would add on in the 7th inning. Darren Erstad getting it just over Alfonso Soriano. And the White Sox lead then to 3-1. But the big half inning in this ball game, the bottom of the 7th, Angel Pagan greeting Mike McDougal with a 2-run triple to tie the ball game. Blanco and Theriot coming around to score. And then the Cubs didn't need a hit to get the go-ahead run. With Soriano at the plate, a pass ball, Pagan scoring easily. And then in the 8th inning, the Cubs would add on. That's going to be pinch hitter Cliff Floyd bouncing one to Uribe. There would be an error on that play, a fielder's choice for Cliff. He got an RBI. And then Ryan Theriot, another fielder's choice, and yet another run batted in. So Ryan Dempster going into the 9th inning had a 6-3 lead. Today's sweet play of the game. Nice little baby slider as Dempster strikes out Ryan Sweeney, the pinch hitter, to end the ball game, and the Cubs beat the White Sox 6-3 the final. We'll hear from the victorious manager when we come back.
Next 24. Jack uncovers a bioterrorist threat, a weaponized virus.
The virus has been engineered to kill more rapidly. People will die within 24 hours of infection.
And when terrorists issue their ultimatum,
We want the release of Ramon Salazar. If you refuse to comply, the virus will be unleashed.
Jack braces himself for a deadly new fight.
Next is on you, Jack!
Next 24, Saturday at 11:30 on Superstation WGN.
Before you order your next beer, consider this. Budweiser still goes to the expense of Beechwood aging. an original old world style of lagering. And Budweiser cares enough to own and maintain world-renowned hop farms. A perfect choice in every corner bar, in every corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. Some guys like an overstuffed sofa. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on cold, hard concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood. Now, for a limited time, buy 5 quarts of any Valvoline motor oil and get a free pair of mechanics wear gloves, valued at over $24.
We got just what you need to keep your yard beautiful and weed-free. Let's start with fertilizer.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here.
Well, late afternoon on the north side, everything very green, the ivy filling in on the outfield walls, and the Cubs beat the White Sox 6-3. Well, Lou Piniella said before the ball game he has some plans, maybe some changes with his pitching staff, and Lou always says stuff to the media for a reason. You know the players are going to read that tomorrow. Whatever plans the Cubs have, the players may not know about it. Is there some maybe motivation there involved?
I think sometimes just the threat of making a move is enough to get players' attention, surely, and if that was Lou's intention, it certainly worked today. Bob Howery with a good inning, Ryan Dempster with a great slave in the ball game today. So yeah, there's always a method to Lou's madness. I'm not sure I can speak for his motivations, but for whatever reason, it worked today.
It sure did. Let's listen in on Lou Piniella. He talked about those add-on runs in the 8th inning.
Yeah, you know, we added some runs there at the end of the ball game, and it's good to see. It really is. Howery pitched really well in the 8th and Dempster in the 9th. Lilly did a nice job, but you know the story is, you're right, the runs that we added there, the 3 and 2 there in the 7th and the 8th innings. And yeah, it started all with a 2-out walk to Henry Blanco.
Was it important to get Dempster into play? Was it?
You know, this is the way he threw the ball in Philadelphia. So, did a nice job.
Well, you talked about giving guys who are doing the job playing time. Is Pagan making a case for him?
I'll tell you what, he really is making a case for himself. I mean, he's done a really professional job since he's been here, both in the outfield and with his hitting. Yeah, we're going to have to look at his situation.
What does it say about a guy like Dempster to just put yesterday behind him and just come back out there and go in 2-3?
Well, it speaks well for him. Yeah, quite a difference day to day.
Well, your first Cubs Sox game as a manager, what did you think of the atmosphere?
You know, the atmosphere is wonderful here at Wrigley Field all the time. I really enjoy myself. The good thing about this ball game is that we came out on top. Whether it was the White Sox or a team in our division or any other team. We needed a win after yesterday's tough loss, and to the credit of these kids, they bounced back and won a big ball game.
Check out Lilly's performance.
Lilly pitched well. You know, Lilly, every start out this year, he's kept us in the ball game, and he's given us a chance to win, and that's really what all you can expect from your starting pitchers, and Lilly's been really good at that. Today, by hanging around the way he did, even though he was behind in the score and keeping it close, he got himself a win.
The entire bullpen's been kind of beleaguered lately. Did you see anything different with Howery as well?
Howery threw it good. Howery the last few times has been starting to throw the ball much better. Yeah, we need Bob to kick in, and he will.
What happened on that play in the sixth where Pagan didn't score?
I don't know. I was expecting him to attempt the score, but I don't know exactly what happened. I mean, the wind held the ball up, but Pagan's got speed, so. But I don't really have a clear explanation.
With Derek, you just wait till tomorrow morning to see how he is.
Well, you know, we thought of sending Derek up there when they brought in the left-hander to see how Ozzie would respond to that, but we didn't want to take any chances. We talked about it before the ball game.
So is it a possible tomorrow, or who's playing?
I'm not going to say impossible, but I'm going to say improbable.
Lou, what was making Burley so tough? Obviously,
oh, Burley can pitch. No, Burley can pitch. I mean, he's very professional. In fact, he competes well, and he throws strikes, and he changes speeds. He's a professional pitcher, and a good one.
You like Pagan's aggressiveness there?
You know, Pagan has really done a nice job. He really has. You know, he's an athletic kid. He switch hits. And like it was mentioned, he's making a case to play every day.
I don't know if you noticed, but your stock just went up in Wrigley. You probably run for mayor by winning your first game against the White Sox in this down series. How you feel?
You know, to me, it's just winning a baseball game. Yeah, it's nice to beat your crosstown rivals, but you know, just to go out and play a good ball game and win and come from behind fashion, especially after the tough road trip we had, you gotta like that. Just go out and play good, consistent baseball. We needed a win, whether it was against the White Sox or any other team. And I know the fans enjoy this, and rightfully so. But as a manager, I don't get caught up in it like the fans do.
So today the Cubs take out the White Sox 6-3. We'll have a final word. We'll hear from Ted Lilly as well when we come back.
The Chevy Dealer's 10th Inning Show is brought to you in part by Culver's Restaurants, home of butter burgers and fresh frozen custard.
Sorry, dude. Only got one left. Hey, I'm gonna grab some nachos. Walter! Watch my Bud Light, buddy.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
Does Walter like nachos?
Garden Claw Gold adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed around plants, shrubs, and vegetables. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at these and other participating retailers.
Who's counting on your brakes today? At Midas, lifetime guaranteed brake pads or shoes are just $89.95 per axle installed. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary thing.
Armor All Wax,
that
wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare.
You know, a lot of those guys in that lineup have had some good at-bats against me. It's definitely, I wasn't aware of what they were doing lately, but it's a lineup that I respect for sure.
I mean, for you to be able to pitch the way you did and have your bullpen back it up the way they did.
I mean, at some point, our bullpen is going to consistently pitch like they're capable of. We've got guys down there with a lot of experience and have been tested and proven themselves for years. So I think one of the things that can be tough to do in this game is just, regardless of some of the results, maintain your confidence. And I think that everyone's been through it at some point, and I'm sure that the guys in our bullpen will be fine too. So.
Calm, cool, and collected Ted Lilly. Jason Marquis will take the ball tomorrow. Javier Vasquez for the White Sox, and then really looking forward to Contreras and Zambrano on Sunday.
Yeah, the Sunday matchup is the one we anticipate being a really good one. Who knows about tomorrow? Jason Marquis has been very good. So I think one thing we pointed out at the top of the show, the White Sox coming into this ball game were not hitting, not scoring runs, but they were pitching well and they were playing solid defense. That defense evaporated today, and it probably cost them the ball game.
The game today, Bob, makes you forget about what happened in New York, and it'd be nice to see the Cubs get on a roll, wouldn't it?
It really would, and I mean more than just 2 games. 8 out of 10, 10 out of 12, one of those kinds of runs over a period of a couple of weeks where you can really not only get some ground back in the race, but to start to develop that confidence that they're going to need if they're going to be in contention this year.
Yeah, some good opponents coming up on the road next week, the Padres and the Dodgers. What a great day at Wrigley Field today. Had the flyover, beautiful afternoon for baseball, and a great come-from-behind win for the Cubs today as they beat the White Sox 6-3 in the first of 6 here in 2007 between the North Side and the South Side. Have a great weekend, everybody.
The Chevy Dealers 10th Inning Show has been brought to you in part by Culver's Restaurants, home of butter burgers and fresh frozen custard.